What is going on there, everybody? It's another Manic Monday. It's definitely another Manic Monday. How are we doing there? Okay, so we are simulcasting. This is as far as both on the Twitch and the YouTubes. Trying to do these every Monday and Tuesday. And gotta say, I guess as far as I've been, a little bit of a, how do you say? I can't say I got lazy, that's for sure, I guess as far as, but we haven't gotten as much done pre-stream, I guess, as far as to be able to get some things going on here in car mechanics. So as you can see, no cars, and we definitely don't have anything to speak for, I guess, as far as in our project garage. So that's going to be the first order of business here, I guess, as far as to get ourselves a car to work on. Also forgot to do this. So hope everybody's having a marvelous Monday so far. Everything's going peachy keen. So far, I can't really say much has gone bad, so I'm hoping it stays that way. Hoping it stays that way. So, yeah, let's go check out a salvage auction. Since we had, I don't know, I tend to have a lot more luck, I guess, as far as with these salvage auctions than anything. Finding some decent cars and really thinking about it too, I guess, as far as I haven't had, I think we've done just about every car. So we're currently sitting on, what did I say? 35, 6, 7, 38. We're on 38 cars, officially. That means we only got like 12 more of these to do, I guess, as far as to get the achievement. So yeah, we'll just take a look and see what we got. So we have done McLaren. I think even a lot of the DLC cars, we have done them. I guess as far as to fix them up 100%, sell them off. We did BMW with an inline 6 last week, which that was pretty cool. Yeah, I feel like I've really slacked. I've really slacked. So we haven't done cars like these, I suppose. Probably focus on one of those. We can find a 3-star. I think we've done an Audi. Pretty sure we've done an Audi. Let's check this 3-star out. Okay, this is missing some body panels. Okay. Missing a tire. Okay. I don't think this is probably going to start. Nope. So it's pretty stripped down even for a 3-star. So I think I'll skip on that one. We're going to skip on that one. Let's try another one. I mean, there's a lot of favorites that I have, for sure, I guess, as far as cars I like to work on a lot. But obviously that can get boring, I guess, as far as working on the same car over and over and over again. Ooh, we got a 57 here. That's a... We have done one of these, I know for sure. Yep, all the engines there. Sweet. Alright, are we missing any tires? Missing some back tires? Yep, back tires have been taken off. Alright, let's see if she runs. Okay, so she needs probably oil. Fair. I'm gonna bid on it and see what we can get out of this one. So the fact that majority of the engines here probably wouldn't take much to get it running. Probably would not take it much to get it running. So let's bid on it. Let's see what we get. So 21 is the high, which is not terrible. It doesn't go much higher than that. So let's see what we can get this one for. Get a bid out there. So what's everybody how did everybody's weekend go? And what have we been up to today? Anything special? Oh man, it already went over. Okay, we'll take it. I think we can definitely get this one running. May have paid a little bit more than I wanted to, but let's go ahead and put that in the garage. Alright, let's see what else we got out here. If anything suits the fancy for you out there, and we're primarily looking at 3-star. So just similar cars like we just bid on and got. Those are the type of cars we want to work on. So we got a GTO here. We have done one of those, I believe. Yeah, so other than that one, we got that dude. this would be a 6-cylinder. Okay. I kind of want to see what this GTO is all about. Getting a haircut and getting it trimmed all the way down. I know I've seen you got it pretty long. Yeah, this one might run. Let me see. Oh yeah, most of the engines here. These are the types I like to work on, especially when a majority of the engines here. All right, let's see if it'll run. Nope. So that's another one that needs oil. Let's go ahead. Just a normal trim on the sides and the beard. So you're leaving it long. I mean, it's getting winter time there too, so it may help to have a little bit of fro, I guess, as far as on the noggin. Yeah, let's bid on this guy too. She's gonna need a little bit of work. She needs some front end on this one here in comparison to the 57 needed rear tires. Let's see if we can get this one for her. Yeah, so we're like 2,000 or 3,000 over. God dang! Yeah, all the bidders on this one. It is a goat, so holy mackerel, this one's gonna go over too. This one's going over. Yep. How much over? Ooh, yeah, someone knows what they got. That's 3, 2. Wow. Yeah, I think I'm gonna bow it on this one. Oh, 32. So that's about what? 8. Oh my God, you gotta do the math. 6,000 over? Ouch. I think we're gonna be in a hole on this one. Let me put that in the garage too. So we got the 2 spots there. All right, let's go back to the house and check these out. See what we got. Let's go back to the house. You want to have hella long hair? Thor or Jason? Oh yeah. So who's the dude that plays Thor? I know who you're talking about. That blonde-haired dude. I forget what his name is. I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, from that Marvel movie. Yeah, that dude. I don't know who doesn't know Momoa. Okay, so yeah, these should both be on the lift. So we got one with rear end issues as far as tires, and we got one with front end issues. I think we're in the hole. Are we in that much in the hole? Let me double check here. Yep, pretty much. So as much as we paid over, that's how much we're in the hole. Definitely think we can make good on this one though. So this one we did like 3,000 over. And that's about over. Yep. So that's how much we overpaid. Exactly overestimated. Pretty much. Okay, so let's get this over to the car wash. We'll work on this 57. Let's get her washed. So we got a GTO. So we're going old school today. I do definitely like the. Oh yeah, that's a nice color combo on that. There, you got the red with the tan interior. Oh man, that's like classic 57 Chevy right there. Let's do the interior. That's classic. Definitely like these older cars like that. These are fun to work on. And I know we've done one of these already, but I don't think it matters. I think as far as the achievement goes, it's just going to count. If you get it to 100%, sell it. She's good to go. Let's move this back over to the left. And I think I might do the same thing for the GTO, just to get that ready. Let's go over here. I think the 57 will work on first, but let's get this one prepped too. So we know we're pretty well in the hole in both of them. This one even probably the. Ooh, I really like that color. That's sexy. That's a really cool color. So it's like a metallic ruby red type of deal. But I think we'll definitely try and use the factory colors on these. Yep, we'll go with the factory colors on these. Let's get that board over to B, or not to B. Cool. And did we get out of the hole?
It's a new try.
Not by much. Racer Batman coming in there first. How we doing there, Racer Batman? Yeah, so we didn't get much out of the hole after washing it. So this one was 3,000. Oh, we're a little bit more out of the hole with that one. That's cool. Cool. Alright, let's get this frame welded. First and foremost. Glad to hear you're doing good there, Racer Batman. Okay, so let's get this one welded. Yes, I'm sure. So I'm not even going to worry too much about getting the tires on the rear. What I want to do is get this one running. Definitely want to get it running. Alright, let's get this out of the way. Frame should be good. Oh yeah, even by weld, that's marvelous. Alright, so let's go. Boop. Frame's in good shape. Let's fix up some body panels. So I don't think we're missing any body panels. No? I think we're good. Just see if we can get these repaired. Obviously we'll need new glass. All the winders. So we're missing taillight? Okay, we're missing... Nope, we got it right there. There's one there. We are missing this side, okay. We're missing the one taillight. Get all the winders out of it. Big back windows. Yeah, we'll get these all replaced. Yeah, I just love the look of these 57s. So space age for its time. Nice big trunk. We'll get these parts, body panels fixed up. What's going on there, Danny? Welcome on in. All the folks coming in on the Twitch side. We do have the simulcast going on YouTube. So if it tends to eat you out, I guess, as far as on the Twitch side, you can feel free to get as far as to jump over to YouTube. Or you can do watch them both. Have us on one on your phone, one on the PC, whatever you're at, where you're at. Trying to be a little bit more accommodating in that regard. Okay. And the interior looks really good, even though... I don't think I stuttered. Did I stutter? So the interior is actually in pretty good shape. Obviously, we're going to get it green. Get 100%. Gonna need some headlights. So let's get on the body panels that we did get fixed up. Had to restore them a little bit. So I was missing a hood. Okay, so we have to get a hood. Front bumper's good. We're gonna need some new headlights. That means we need to go to this 57. So that headlight and... Oops. Come on now. This headlight. Got some parts on the list that we need. We gotta get our inventory in the warehouse, I guess, as far as beefed up. Oh, so that door is no good. Hold on. Gotta get a new door. So we need a new door and a hood. Okay, so let's get the hood on the list. Get a new one of those. Trunk is good. Bumper's good. What about this door? So both doors are no good. Alright, so let's do that. Get some taillights. Alright, so let's get taillight, yeah. Pretty fancy taillights. Very abstract, but that's a good word, good to use. So we need 2 doors and a hood. What I'm gathering out of that. So what I want to do, let's grab something. I'm gonna grab this trunk back off here so we can get the color. And this is something we don't necessarily have to do, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Because we're playing Car Dealer Simulator, you know. So let's do. Let's go to here. Oop, we should have. Need that door, yeah. Need this hood, thank you. And also that door. Cool. And then we got that trunk off there to get the color in the swath. Kind of color match it. And like I said, that's not 100% not anything we have to do. It's just we like to do that. Let's get this color on the swath. Yeah, there we go. That'll put it down here. Beautiful. Sweet. Alright, so there's that. Now we can paint our other parts. Now we can paint our other parts. Let's do this. Whoop. in the swath. I don't need to be that close, bro. You might want to have a look in the general media I sent, and it's really cool. What do we got in there? Welcome in there, Scarlet Rose. Alright, so we got that part. Let's do that. Do 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 do. Alright, and then we need the hood. Don't forget the hood. And there's our hood. Bloop. And alrighty then, so that's all new parts painted. Slap those on. Paint's still a little bit tacky. Whoa, I didn't want to go that far. Alrighty then. Get our body panels on here. Cool, looking good. Trying to get this body to 100%. So we're gonna need winders. Get some. Whoa, hold on a minute. We'll get the back window. Oh, same to you. Same to you. Okay, so we need this one. Give me that one. So I think were we missing mirrors? I think we might have been missing the mirrors. Nope, got those fixed up. Good deal. Good deal. Those are fixed up, so we need a new windshield. Boop, boo doo doo, boo doo doo. And don't forget that one side window. This should get to the body all the 100%. You know, something else, had a little bit of fun last week, I guess, as far as doing the bear frame car, doing that time, yeah, doing that speed run, if you will. That was fun. Alright, so how are we doing status-wise? So we're 90% on the body, that means last 10% is going to be the plates. So let's get some standard dealer plates. And we'll get the body all done. So let's do standard. Standard. Boop. Get 2 of those, got the front and back. And we'll slap those puppies on. That will get the body to 100%. Pretty simple. We like simple. There we go, 100% on both the body and we'll probably do interior next. Level 115. Yeah, we've been busy. We've been busy. Yeah, we've been busy there, Danny. So what do we got in the Discords? General media? Oh my, what is that? What in the world is that thing? So it's a Panther 6. Only made 2 of these, white one and a black. How in the world? Alright, hold on a minute. We gotta switch. Hold on a minute. Oh, don't adjust your screen. I gotta change that screen. Looks like a cyberpunk car. Oh, did you check it out already? Yeah, so I had to bring it up this way. Look, what in the world is this thing? So they call it a Panther 6? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it's got 6 wheels. That's crazy. So they made 2 of them, one in white and one in black, apparently. So, what manufacturer is this? That's an even better question. That is crazy looking. I don't even know what to say about that. That's why I had to bring it up on the screen just to kind of... Panther 6? Yeah, I think that's what you mentioned in here. But, so I'm assuming Panther is the manufacturer? I never heard of that, manufacturer. That's weird. Crazy. Yeah, we get some wild things, I guess, as far as posting up in there. Appreciate you sharing that one. That's definitely a new one. I don't know if anybody caught the Wayback Machine, I guess, as far as that. I was going through the storage that I've got there, I guess, as far as when I came across that Windows 95. It's got everything in there, all the discs. It's crazy. That was a kind of a wild find. Let's do something with the interior on this. Let's do interior disassemble. Yeah, we'll get this all 100%. You should probably have a look on the website. I'm not being funny. They only made 2 of them. No, I didn't feel like you were trying to be funny. That was something that was in actuality. So they have a website, Panther website. All right, let's do assemble. Let's get some new seats. So it looks fairly recent as far as like within the last 5 years or so. That's another thing I observe. Let's go to the interior shop and get some new interior parts, seats and all that good stuff. So we need 2 bucket seats. No bench seat in this one. This one's got the bucket seats in it. You got the bench in the back. That's normal. Steering wheel, cool. Alright, let's get that all in. New steering wheel. So yeah, I definitely want to see if we can get this engine running. I think it'll work. Cool. So our interior is good to go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, let's see. How much oil do we have in this thing? Oop, where's my dipstick? Let me call me a dipstick. Yeah, we're going to top it off with some fresh stuff. And we're going to see if this will run. What I like about these 3-star cars at the salvage auction. Slap a little oil in it and it'll start right up. The car was designed by Robert Jankel, is that right? And featured Massam 8.2. Yeah, so it did have that Cadillac vibe to me. I kind of noticed that too. As far as the body style, especially on the grille. With claims up to 800... 600 horsepower with twin, so it has turbos. It's got turbos on it. So yeah, the Cadillac, the 8.2. I'm a little bit familiar with that engine. Yeah, the body style of it definitely seemed like Cadillac-esque. If that's the right way to say that. Alrighty then. So let's see. Here, let me do a compression test on you really quick. Will let me do that? Yep. This thing should. I bet you this thing will fire up. So obviously we're gonna fix this engine up. I might even have one of these built. I think I might have one of these built. These engines. That'd be a quick swap in this one. So this one's got, what has this got in it? That's the single carb. Yep. I might have either one of these already built. Cool. Alright, let's see if she'll start. You can do the compression test on it, so that's good. Look at that, she runs. We got a runner. We got a runner. Results of built-in. So that was in the 70s. Wow, so that body style seemed to be way ahead of its time. Leaving the stream up for you. Appreciate that, Chemical. Yeah, make sure they don't hack too much off your noggin. Even a little bit longer, you're going to get that Thor or Momoa look. Alright, so well, yeah, we got a runner. We got a runner. Alright, we're going to go ahead and drain the oil now. Get this engine out of there. Let me look and see if I got a 2-carb. What kind of engines do we have built? Let's go in here. We have a 2-carb built. Nope, that's a 1-carb. Take that back. We do have a supercharged. So this will be good for the GTO. Yeah? Yeah, this should be good for the GTO. Who's throwing tomatoes at me? How dare you? You know what? Got a nice sloppy one back for you. Boop, boop. It's all nice and messy for you. Yeah, so I think this one will work. I don't want to downgrade, I guess, as far as the one in the 57. That would be a downgrade. But yeah, I guess we got one at least for the GTO. So this one we'll fix up. Let's get the oil drain. Now we put some, topped off with some fresh stuff and ensure that it does run. That hit you? Good. Maybe that'll get you in on the tomato fight as well. No, I don't want to be the only one in this fight. So let's get this out of the way. Oil's drained. Let's dismantle the bottom end so we can get this out of here. Yeah, I definitely don't want to be the only one in the fight. Okay, here we go. Right back at you. Right back at you. Get that tomato fight going. So starter, get that off of there. So yeah, I think our inventory should have been clear. Yep, inventory was clear. We're good. Wait, let's get that gearbox out. Alright, oil's drained. That should be enough to get that engine yeeted out of there. This is a nice one. I like this one. Got a nice color combo on it. Very classic. So let's get our crane over here, get that engine yanked out. Pull it. He's out of there. Cool. Get that out of the way. Boop. Now, we're going to charge this battery. No, that needs to be charged. Get a little bit of attention. Let's get this on the charger. Bloop. And let's see what else we got here. We got to drain some fluids. Let's drain the radiator. Get these all fixed up. And we'll eat that out. Got any power steering fluids? It's got power steering on it? That's crazy. I didn't know they had that in 57. Doesn't look like there's anything in there. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Doesn't look like it has any fluid in it, but we'll get out what we... Oh, there's more than I thought. Okay. Fair enough. Get the bug juice out of there. And let's get that reservoir out of there. Get these all in place. Get them 100%. Get our brake juice out of there. Cool. And get that out of there. We'll get that fixed up. I think that's everything in the engine bay. Nope, we got a fuse panel. I want to forget about the fuse panel. Wow, this has got a bigger fuse panel in it. This is a more modern fuse panel, seems, for this 57. Now, I think this one is the... No, it's just the standard. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was the turbo fire or whatever they call it. I think there's at least the 2 trims that I know of, I guess, as far as with this 57. That base out of there, and that is repairable. Cool deal. So let's do all these preliminaries in the engine bay. First power spring models was in the 1800s. I didn't even know they were that early. Yeah, we find a lot of cars. So what was it in particular? Oh, it was the McLaren. McLaren doesn't even have any power steering. And in fact, that's a pretty modern car. No power steering on that thing. So it's kind of amazing me, I guess, as far as which cars did have power steering, which ones didn't. You know, all across the board as far as from... kind of wild. Alright, so... you can reuse that dude. Oh, we'll put him back in there. Get this engine bay all freshened up. So, fuse panel, that's repaired. Yeah, let's get some new fuse and relays for that. So do that. Try to get over top of these, that way potentially don't miss as many, if any at all. Do this, that. And we need one of these big boys. That's the big boys. These are the medium ones. Is that 3? 3 of those. Okay. Be sure we get enough of them. 4 of those. That's the little guys. I said 4. Don't get carried away. 1 of those. 3 of these. All right, and 3 of these. Oh! Good Lord, son. Scared the bejesus out of me, Jono. I gotta gain my composure again. What's going on here, Jono? I appreciate the biddies. Good Lord. Yeah, I think everybody's awake now. If you weren't awake, you should be now. What's going on there today, Jono? Good one. Yeah, I wasn't ready for that one. I guess that's the whole point, though. Yeah, we're doing all right so far today. I guess as far as a little bit chilly out there too, so we didn't get much done outside. So we did get a lot done in the storage container. I took the initiative, I guess, as far as to go through the storage and came across that Windows 95 install. Got the box, all the literature, all the discs. Kind of crazy. That was a trip in the Wayback Machine. I found a lot of crazy other goodies like that too. You don't know how much I'd love to be able to go back to the 90s. 90s were great. Let's see. So we need this new reservoir, this new reservoir. Get those in there. So we won't worry about putting the fluids in there just yet, but that'll be preliminary work there in the engine bay. Cool. Alright, let's get this engine on the stand. So we're going to fix this one up. Alright, so do I want to work... Let's work on the front end first, and then we'll work on the engine. Let's get this away up in the air. We'll give the... once the engine's refurbished there, we'll give it a nice home to go into. Nice restored home to go into. Oh, we got a raffle going on there. Get on that raffle. Alright, let's get this all tore down. So, front end should be pretty complete. Rear end, probably not so much. Was missing the tires off of that. I'm sure they probably pilfered some parts off of there. So it's got the double wishbone suspension on this one. Pretty classic, I guess, as far as for the 57. Okay, let's get this all off. Let's get this side off first. That way we're not bouncing all over the place. Get that bearing out. It's a little sloppy with all the grease on it. Get the steering undone. I think a lot of this is going to be repairable. Wow, shocks are in really good shape. We'll get them 100% though. Let's get this side undone. We'll have a couple of rotors we can machine. Good stuff. Yep, get that bearing out of there. Oh, good times. So it was missing a drive shaft. I just realized that. Someone yanked the drive shaft out of this thing. I just not realized that. Okay. Mental note. Yep, lower control arm. So for this setup here, we'll need 12 rubber bushings. Got the double wishbone. Oh, another mental note. Okay, let's get the steering rack out. Flame bar. All the rotor bushings. And it looks like the subframe's good shape. What about dog? Huh? What did I miss? What about dog? Did I say something about a dog? I don't think I did. Get all that exhaust out of there. Cool. We'll get fixed up what we can over here at the bench. Try not to break anything. And what I want to do too is get these rotors on the lathe. Get these remachined. Beautiful. Do a little bit of multitasking. Yeah, I still got some work to do, I guess, as far as to figure out how we get a little bit more activity going on the YouTube side of things. It is showing us live over there, just making sure. So yeah, as far as like with the bot and all that stuff, I need to give it the bot to pay a little bit more attention over there. I'd like to get like the fluids and all that over there too. Now, oh my goodness, what the? Ow! Yeah, I wasn't ready for that one either, Jono. You having a little bit of fun with the redeems there. Appreciate the jump scare. Holy crap! Yowza! Yeah, you got me. You're getting me good on those. You gotta catch me right at the right moment there. You got a way with that there, Jono. All right, let's get that off of there. Let's get this one on there. So let's get some new brakes, new brake pads. This is for the front. Get 2 new ones of those. We're gonna need wheel bearings. So yeah, we'll need some covers for that as well. Yeah. Need some tie rod stuff. Get all the tie rod stuff. Oh, just two. Don't get carried away. Alright, so our rotors are done. I'm gonna need a sway bar. Oh, we gotta take apart those, yeah, shock assemblies. There we go. Get those taken apart. Yeah, for some reason, yeah, that's what I was pointing out there. Pretty good at that timing. Catch you off guard. Okay, so we need to get this guy off here. Let's get some new shock components. So we're going to need... Where are we at here? So we need 2 of these, 2 of these, and 2 of those. At least we don't have to build these blind. Although we can. We've done it before. Just got to remember which parts they are. So 2 of those. Let's get these put together. Together right now over me. Okay, and then we'll do these new parts. And I think about the only other thing we're missing is rubber bushings and a sway bar. Let's get our rubber bushings. We're gonna need 12 of these regular ones. Simple dozen. Cool. We'll get this all front end put back together. Let's get her put back together. Okay, so steering rack is good. Get the knuckle on. Tying all of our steering with the tie rods. So tie them in with the tie rods, right? Seems appropriate. Seems appropriate. So let's get this knuckle on. Tie that one in. Whoop. Cool, that's all of our steering. We need that sway bar. Get a new one of those. I think that was the only part we were missing, I guess, as far as to get brand new here on the front end. Get our new rubber bushings. What's the YouTube? Well, it's funny you asked there. Let's do this. Whoop. That's right there. Yeah, so we are doing the simulcast over there, I guess, as far as if... feel free to guess as far as to go over there. Not a lot of activity going on there for some reason. A little bit slow over there right now. Trying to get a little bit, give the YouTube channel a little more rep. It's been doing good, I guess, as far as the last couple of weeks. I guess as far as YouTube's given us some of our privileges back, so I can upload more than one video, I guess, as far as a day, to include shorts and VODs. So that's good. Oh, no, we need new end links. Let's get 2 new ones of those. Trying to get this all 100% green, so we can get have it count towards the achievement. So pads, we got some new ones of those. Calipers are refurbished. Cool, we got our new bearing in there. Pack that full of grease, cap it off. Beautiful. So let's ready for tire on this side. Let's get this side. We'll deal with those tires here in a moment. Not trying to get too ahead of ourselves. We got a method to our madness. Method to the madness. Let's see. Let's get this lower arm in. Double wishbone. Refurbished with some new bushings. Get that new shock assembly in there. And back of plates. Hub, that's all refurbished. Rotor was remachined. New pads. Calipers are refurbished. Sweet. Get that new wheel bearing in there. Pack that full of grease, cap it off. Beautiful, that's ready for a tire. Get that end link in there. That's brand new. Sweet. Okay, now we can deal with some tires. We'll break these apart. So we can definitely fix the rims up, and we'll get some new rubber for the rims. She's looking good. You know what? Something I have not seen is a drag version of this car. You might have to do a drag version of this car. That'd be kind of fun. That might be a fun one to do. I don't even know. We might have to... yeah, we'd have to really shorten up the rear end, I guess, as far as to get that to work. So that we can keep the tires, I guess, as far as tucked under the fender. I don't want them sticking out of there. So that might be why we don't have a drag version of that one, I guess, as far as so much. No way to do it, I guess, as far as feasibly without the big beefy drag slicks in the back, I guess, as far as poking through the fender. Alright, so we got our rims are refurbished. Let's get some new tires. Go like this. 205, 75, 15. So we're going to get 4 of these. They shouldn't be staggered. We'll get 4 of those. Let's go... oh, I'm in the wrong store. We're going to go to this store. 205, 75, 15. We'll get 4. Oops, I said this 4. Don't get carried away. 15 inch. 205, 75. We'll get some for the back. So the back tires were completely missing. There we go. Pretty cheap, I guess, as far as for 4 of those. Alright, let's get these new tires put on our refurbished rims. Oh, did you subscribe over the YouTube? Nice. I appreciate that there, Danny. Very much appreciated. Yeah, trying to get the YouTube channel a little bit more up. So you will find, I guess, as far as if you know, if you miss some of the things going on here on Twitch, you can always check it out over on the YouTube. Trying to spread it out there a little bit. All right, so we got to balance these two. These are for the front tires. Getting a little webcam action there. Nice. You know, some could say too, I kind of look like that in reality. That's my true self, I guess, as far as on that webcam redeem. In case you were wondering. At least some have told me that anyway. Look a little goofy. Okay, so let's get this over here. Oh! New tomato. You know what? Bloop. Right back at you. You gonna do it? Yeah, there it goes. Trying to get that tomato fight going. Alright, so front end suspension should be all done. Alright, let's get this back down. And we'll work on an engine. Let's work on the engine now. Break the engine down. Oh, and you found the crayons. So, we got that, and we also have the emote. I guess as far as if you're following the channel, you should have this. Got the virtual crayons there to play with. Just in case you're feeling like twiddling your thumbs, you're feeling left out, I'll give you something to do. I like to give the folks a little something to do, I guess, as far as while they're watching us, whatever we're doing. We also have, if you're subbed to the channel, this is in an animated emote. If you're subbed to the channel, you get this one here. You can help with breaking the parts down. Yep, you can always use the help, I guess, as far as with doing that. Let's see here. Missing a clip. There we go. Yeah, so there are some advantages to being subbed to the channel, which I know not everybody can do that. I was actually thinking about putting some of those animated emotes, like the spray and the DW04, as we call it in here, you know, as a follower thing. But I only got so many slots for follower ones too, so yeah, we only get so many slots. So I've been trying to rotate those out. Give some of y'all, I guess, as far as something cool to play with. There's a new game out called Retail Simulator. What's that one all about, Jono? There's a lot of new games coming out. You know, I got into a discussion with a couple of folks, I guess, as far as over the fact that, you know, all these new games coming out, not only are they expensive, it's just a lot of room, I guess, as far as to install. And as much as I would love to be able to get every new game that comes out of there, number one, I don't have the funds to do it, and number two, I don't have the space. So it makes me kind of sad in a way, I guess, as far as much as I want to be able to have all the games, don't have the room or the money. Some of these games are getting pretty pricey. So like NASCAR 25 came out not too long ago. Some of you have tuned in, I guess, as far as to see the playthrough of that. We'll probably be doing more of that, I'm thinking, on Thursday. Now that I say that. Having some fun in there in the career mode. Haven't really done much, I guess, as far as the championship mode yet. But that might be another one we'll look into. But like NASCAR 25 came out there, so for what it's got in there, well worth the money. I think it's well worth the money. I know some of the people have been complaining about doesn't have this track or that. I don't know what you complaining about. You know, I mean, there's a lot in there. They put a lot of time in there, I guess, as far as to get not only the look of the graphics, really, you know, nice. I don't know. This is one of the better NASCAR simulation games that I've seen out there. But you know, the previous two that came out, as far as the Heat ones, they just, I don't know, I just didn't like them. Didn't care for them. You know, so I don't know if it came down to just the developer not putting forth the time, I guess, as far as to make it a better game. I don't know what it was exactly. It just didn't have, it just didn't feel good, for lack of a better way to put it. This game here, as far as like when you go in there, you know, it's it gives you the encouragement, I guess, as far as to want to continue. At least it does for me, anyway. It looks similar to Supermarket Sim. So is it just dealing with food items, or is it all merchandise? So Supermarket Sim is mostly just groceries, you know, like food. So I wonder if Retail Simulator is more like other items, you know, like furniture, stuff like that. You know, that's what I initially think about. And I think of something called Retail Simulator. I think it would be like a... trying to think of what kind of store. So like maybe... I don't know. What's a store that we go to, I guess, as far as that? I know everybody's got different types of stores for retail. So we've got places here, I guess, as far as called like like Meyer and Kohl's. That's two that I can think of off the top that sell a lot of stuff. You know, like housewares, clothes, not necessarily groceries, but everything else other than groceries. Now, there are some retail stores that sell groceries as well as other stuff. So, it just depends on how you look at it. So, I guess, I don't know, Costco could be considered retail because they do sell other things than just grocery and food items. They do sell food, but also other stuff. Like furniture, clothes, electronics, certain electronics. Yeah, so Costco, I guess, as far as come to mind too, and I think of retail. So yeah, if it's dealing with all merchandise, sounds pretty cool. I know another game I've been wanting to get back. I shouldn't say back into because I haven't really played it enough yet. But games like Foundry, I still got that, and I still want to do SnowRunner. I've been looking to want to get at least one other DLC I've had my eye on, which is I think it's the Oil and Dirt. Want to get that. I see they did come out with a new season, and I think it's dealing with power, like electricity, like electrical grid type of stuff. I haven't really looked into it, but I saw that came out. I was like, crap. A lot of really cool DLC coming out for SnowRunner. So yeah, games like that I would really like to get into. Just haven't had enough time. You know, I have to choose my time wisely. You know, how I spend my time wisely. Well, sometimes I find myself just going to what I know. So games like this, Satisfactory, Truckin', things I don't have to spend a lot of time, I guess, as far as trying to figure the game out. Most of you kind of know, I guess, as far as the approach I take here with the games we play here on the channel. I like to know a little bit about the game and not have to sit there and struggle through it, I guess, as far as just figuring out how things work. I like to kind of have a good idea, at least, I guess, as far as what the game's all about, how it works, before we get into it. I had that trouble with NASCAR 25, not being able to get that wheel to work. We have since then gotten the wheel to work, so we did that in the off stream, of course. Trying to get that crank bearings out. Ew, SnowRunner. You don't like SnowRunner? You gotta have the right. There's one mod that I like to use, and it's still a pretty good mod. And I can't remember exactly what the name of it is, but pretty solid mod. They've been updating it with pretty much every new rendition of the game, so it gets you through a lot of tough stuff. I guess that was what's the game. A lot of the default cars, I'll admit, in SnowRunner, they're not very good ones. You know, you get stuck to the point where you get aggravated, I guess, as far as because it just doesn't want to get you unstuck. I think they might have went a little bit overboard, I guess, as far as in the physics on when your vehicle gets stuck. I mean, I don't mind getting stuck, but at least have a more reasonable option to be able to get yourself unstuck. Yeah, so what do we don't like about SnowRunner there, Danny? I'll admit too, I guess, as far as when I initially got SnowRunner, I was like, no, this thing's gross. But then when I got a little bit more help from some other folks that play it, and pointing me into the direction of some solid mods, I guess, as far as for it, the game's pretty fun. But I think it does require, quite honestly, I guess, as far as the use of some halfway decent mods, I guess, as far as to enjoy it. I don't know if that's your displeasure for it there, Danny, but I don't mind SnowRunner at all. I like the objectives, the missions that are involved, getting those tasks done. And like I said, I've got the couple of different DLCs. The Oil and Dirt is one of them. I'd really like to get my acquire that one. all comes down to just not having enough funds. We've done our upgrades to the PC, which that took a good chunk of our funds away. But now we got that out of the way, we can focus on just trying to save some money up to play the games that we want to play, and DLC along with it. I think one of the newest additions that we've added to our library is that NASCAR 25, and I don't care what anybody else says, I think that's still a solid, you know, it's not perfect by any stretch. You know, it doesn't have everything that we would expect, I guess, as far as it to have, but it's got enough there, I guess, as far as to say it's a really good game. So we're gonna need some new pistons and rings. So yeah, just kind of all the naysayers, I guess, as far as about that, you know, it's like, well, it doesn't have this or it doesn't have that. It's like, well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, if the developer was going to put, so I know one of the things that was mentioned about NASCAR 25 coming out there, obviously it was developed by iRacing, the same developers with iRacing, and I think a lot of people that are complaining expected it to be almost exactly like iRacing, only a standalone. Now, from a developer standpoint, if you were to do that, now think about this for a second. If you were to do that, you'd kind of be shooting yourself in the foot. Nobody else would want to use your other simulation if you made it almost exactly like your primary game that you've got out there, which is that online racing simulation. So if you were to make it exactly the same or pretty close to it, nobody else would want to pay the membership, I guess, as far as that. You kind of lose money, right? So it is kind of a money grab, you know, type of deal. But I think the approach that they took, they tried to get as much into the standalone NASCAR simulation as they could without taking, putting too much into it to the point where nobody would want to even subscribe, I guess, as far as to anything else that they produce. From a marketing and a business standpoint, that's smart. And I don't know for sure if that's what a lot of folks are getting upset. Well, it doesn't have this, doesn't have that. I think what it's got in there, I guess, as far as is enough to justify, I guess, as far as the cost of it. And the fact that it's a standalone price, there's nothing more for you to spend unless you want to get the DLC for the different car packs. That's up to you. That's not a bad approach. I've never been one, I guess, as far as I've never cared, I guess, as far as for the pricing structure that iRacing has to nickel dime you to death. So this one's a, you know, kind of a nice compromise, if you will. To still be able to play a NASCAR game and at least have the, you know, the main components of what the NASCAR simulation all about. And the fact that, I think the even bigger thing, the approach that iRacing has done with that deal is to have that's the most out of a NASCAR game that we've been in an online type of environment, to have that many people online at once. You know, most of these previous NASCAR releases, you could only have like maybe 16 at the most. You know, so it's not a full field, so you can't get all your friends in there or start a league that way, I guess, as far as with having all the slots. But I think that's huge for this one here. Granted, I have not done the online part of it, I guess, as far as of yet, but from what I've heard of it, I've watched some gameplay of it. A lot of the folks are having fun with that, and I think that's, at the end of the day, that's a win. You know, so it's a nice alternative to, you don't have the money, I guess, as far as to put it into iRacing's flagship. That's the word I was looking for. Their flagship product that they've had out for quite some time. It's a nice alternative. What are you, SnowRunner? Yeah, I don't know. That's what I've been trying to ask Danny about there, Fox. I don't know. You know, and like I said, I guess, as far as I did dislike SnowRunner when I first got it, when I first tried it, it's like, this is dumb. I was constantly getting stuck, couldn't get unstuck, and yeah, I was kind of frustrated with it. But I think with the right mods, with the right mods, and that's what it comes down to, is it's not a bad game. But you gotta have those right mods. And I don't necessarily like the OP mods. You know, the ones that are just, you know, you're getting trucks that have like crap ton of horsepower and whatever. I just want to be able to not get stuck. You know, I just like to be able to, you know, rumble around, I guess, as far as not get stuck constantly. So the mods that I've used for SnowRunner, I guess, as far as tend to allow for that. So yeah, I found it, for me at least anyway, it was taking the fun out of it. Constantly getting stuck and spending most of your time just getting unstuck. You know, I don't mind getting stuck, but not to have a majority of your gameplay, I guess, as far as just trying to get unstuck. That's not fun. So yeah, just having those right mods makes it a little bit more less aggravating. Okay, so let's get valve covers on, valve train's all done. Sweet, she's looking good. Marvelous. Okay, so this was repairable. Yes, it was. Unfortunately, being built on mods isn't good. So my SnowRunner has DLC because apparently they killed after a year. Yeah, see, I never got Expedition, so I can't say too much about it, but I've seen a lot of negative reviews for it. I definitely have seen a lot of negative reviews. So, yeah, so like I said, I can't really say too much for Expeditions, but even some of the DLC that they've got for SnowRunner, they tend to be not that good, for lack of a better way. I haven't bought a lot of DLC at all, I guess, as far as for SnowRunner as we speak, and probably been for good reason, because when I see the reviews for a lot of DLC, they don't really add, in my opinion at least, don't add a lot of usability. I mean, sure, you're getting like a brand name truck, you know, that might be cool, but if it's not really going to be better, I guess, as far as in a lot of the trucks that are already in the game, I don't see the point. But yeah, to be geared more around the fact that you would need mods to make it more of an enjoyable experience with SnowRunner, maybe not a good approach, but I think other games that the same developer is coming out with, like with Roadcraft and those like that, they're trying some things out. And it's still yet to be seen whether or not some of these new things that they find out in other games they're producing and developing, that they'll apply it to SnowRunner. So I give them credit, I guess, as far as for trying, at least anyway. Sometimes you got to get give the developer, I guess, as far as a little bit of, I think like I said, the fact that Saber, is it Sabertooth? I forget what the developer is there. That produces SnowRunner. The fact that they're navigating, I guess, as far as to different types of gameplay, like with Roadcraft and even that new trucking game. That's shows, I guess, as far as that they're trying to really feel out, I guess, as far as what else they can do with games they already have out. I don't think they're gonna totally, you know, navigate totally away from SnowRunner. They're still gonna focus on everything that they're doing, but just make it better, hopefully. I mean, that's still yet to be seen in a lot of cases, but the developer for, you know, I think they're on the right track. At least they're trying. A lot of developers don't even try. They just be like, nope, this is what it is. If you don't like it, then don't play it. I think the developers for SnowRunner and that, I guess, as far as they really do care about the end users that play their game. They want to make it an enjoyable experience as much as possible. But at the same time, I can appreciate their passion too, for just having something really realistic. You know, and it might be a little bit too realistic in a lot of senses, especially for SnowRunner. Yeah, I think I've already hit on that, I guess, as far as spend a majority of your gameplay just trying to get yourself unstuck. Not fun. Some people like that. Definitely some people like that. I'm not one of those. Okay, so we need to get these 2 items here from the electronics store. Let's go to the electronics store. And we need 8 new sparkulators. Alright, I need some new wires. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. So the rotor and that should all have been fixed up. Rotor's good. Cap's good. And the clip should be good. Oh, goodness. What are you doing? Don't have to get me so close there, bro. Don't miss the clips. Cool. Let's get our sparkulators in. Brand new sparkulators. There's definitely some DLC I wouldn't buy. Really want a good truck, and I would buy the Mastodon. See, everybody has their own take on what's better and what's not. You know, and it really comes down to, you know, if you try it out and it does what you expect it to do and you want it to do, then that's a good truck. Right? I think that's the other thing that they've done with SnowRunner, is to have all different types of makes in there to give you a choice. You know, there's got to be, and for the most part, there's usually something that's available in the game, or a form of DLC or a mod, that is a good truck, I guess, as far as for people to play the game with. It's just finding that right truck. At least that's the way experience has been for me. I mean, as fun as it would be, I guess, as far as to be able to use every single truck and have the same, you know, so let me ask you all this, I guess, as far as, would you like to have every single truck perform the same way? No, that would be boring. You know, there's always going to be that one truck that you find more powerful or more enjoyable to use for your gameplay. I don't think, yeah, I think it would be way too boring to make every single truck react the same way, for example. You know, to be super OP or just respond the same way as any other truck. That's not fun at all. I mean, you know, if you have a small Jeep, say, for example, that has less horsepower than a bigger truck and it basically performs the same way, I'm just making examples here. You know, so it can go the other way too. Like if all the trucks were just underpowered, you know, to be the same as a smaller truck, that's not fun either. So I think the fact that you've got a lot of options for whatever truck that you like to use to make the gameplay more enjoyable. So the name of that truck, as I've been talking here, I've been trying to think. I think it's called an Astrov. A-S-T-R-O-V, I think it's spelled. That's been my favorite truck to use as far as a mod goes. Alright, let's put this right side up. Our bottom end's done. Back end's done. Front end's done. Top end's done. I think this engine is complete. Alright, let's check our inventory just to make sure. Didn't miss anything. So is our gearbox. Starter. Okay, we're good there. Yep, that's our back tires. Cool. Have to get some rims for that. But yep, we got our engine all built. Okay, let's get this off the stand. Now let's slap her in. Let's slap her in. 100% green build. There she be. That out of the way so we're not tripping on it. He looks beautiful. Alright, let's get the button up the bottom end. Let's see, let's focus on that there. There we go. Perfect. Get that gearbox back in there. Ooh. Our camera's being a little extra sensitive today. Okay, starter's in. Let's get some new exhaust. Let's build up our new exhaust. Alright, so it was missing a drive shaft. I'll have to buy a drive shaft. So just to confirm, we are missing a drive shaft. I'm going to buy that right now, but we're not going to put it on just yet. We got the rear end to work on. Just so we have it. There we go. Good evening there, Jack Doll. Welcome in. Okay, let's get new exhaust. I think I might leave majority of this off for now while we work on that rear end. Yep, I think I'll leave that off just for now. Alright, let's get this rear end taken out now. I might have to really try and see if we can make a drag version. We can always tuck the tires in. We might have to entertain this. We have to make a drag 57 Chevy. I don't think there's one out there, quite honestly. I think we might have to do that. We have to entertain that. We haven't done anything in the editor in quite some time. That might be something we'll think about, I guess, as far as for Wednesday. Or whatever, Wednesday. We'll probably be getting back into trucking, because I know for this last Tuesday, I guess as far as we did the PC release in NASCAR 25. So we got that VOD over on the YouTube channel if you want to check that out. But I'm thinking we're going to make the NASCAR career mode, at least for now, I guess as far as our staple, I guess as far as for Thursday. We're going to try that out. That seemed to work out pretty good for last Thursday. We'll see how that goes. Been having a lot of fun there with that career mode. So there was a question that was brought up. If you did want to restart, I guess as far as the career mode, how would you do that? And I kind of did some work on the off stream, I guess as far as just to kind of realize. So there's one file, one save game file. And it's kind of buried a little bit, I guess as far as, but when you remove that, it basically starts the whole gameplay over again. That includes all the settings to like to your wheel and all that stuff. So you got to be really careful how you do that. So if you don't mind going all the way back to when you first installed the game and have a fresh save, I mean right from the very get-go, you can do it. You can do it, I guess as far as, but you just have to keep in mind that all your settings, your button mappings, and all that stuff go with it, and remove that save file. I think they should have done it maybe a little bit separate, I guess as far as for the button mappings, as far as the save game file, so that it didn't step on it that way. I don't think it's that big of a flaw with the game, I guess as far as that, but it would have been nice if they would have had those separate for the button mappings and the controller settings and so on, in comparison to the actual gameplay. I've seen a lot of other games take that approach. ATS is one example. So ATS has, and it's the same goes for Euro Truck. Your input settings, you know, for your controller, your steering wheel, whatever you use, are separate from your gameplay. So I think if they would have gone that same approach in NASCAR 25, it might have been a little bit nicer. But I think the whole idea, quite honestly, that they did the career mode is once you start it, just like in real life, you know, you take the good with the bad, right? So you kind of work through the bad times, I guess, as far as with your career, right? So there should be no reason to do a full clean sweep and get to be able to start over. It's like, nope, you got to work with what you got there. Now, with that being said, if they had the ability, I guess, as far as to, once you're completed with the career, we haven't gotten to that point yet. I don't know if you can actually redo the career once it's done. I don't know if it's a one and done thing. So if that's the case, that might be a little bit of a flaw with the system. So we have no drums. We didn't have any drums that we could machine. Let me see here. No drums at all, huh? So the shoes got fixed. So yeah, we have no drums. Okay, let's put together what we do have. We'll go from there. There's a lot of stuff missing on this rear end. Probably part of the reason why the tires were completely missing too. Alright, backer plates. We'll just buy what we need as we need it. Okay, so we're missing the drive axle. We had to yank the drive axles out of this guy. No problem, no problem. We can, so the shoes were repaired. We didn't have any drums, so that's confirmed. No drums. Get it beat into a new drum here in the back. Okay, that's ready for tire. We're gonna put the leaf spring on first, though. So our plates. U-bolts. Okay, we're missing U-bolts. So no U-bolts at all. So we'll get... I'm gonna get 4, since we don't have any at all. Need them for the other side as well. Yeah, I'm on that, I got it stuck in my head here. I want to do a drag car of this 57. I don't know if anybody's done one, I guess, as far as, but I think it'd be kind of cool to play around with. Yeah, get some really thick tires in here, so I'm thinking we'd have to narrow up the rear end. And we do have the ability to do that with the track, the way the wheels track. So we could shorten that up, scale it down, and be able to get some thicker tires in the wheel wells. Yeah, it's got me thinking. Definitely got me thinking. So we don't have this drive axle. So they had to pull the drive axles out of this one. That's probably why they had the tires pulled off. They're completely missing, amongst other things. Understandable. So we didn't have drums. Wait a minute, I thought I got 2 drums. Guess I didn't. Alright, so that's ready for tire. We're gonna get that leaf spring on there first. Okay, plates. And we did get some new U-bolts. We're good there. They're strapped onto the axle housing. We're not flopping around back here. Got a new shock absorber. Sweet. And we get some rubber bushings. Let's get 4 new small rubber bushings for these leaf springs. Rear end's looking a lot better. Should be able to get them in. Cool. And we're gonna need to get some tires, or rims, I should say. We got the tires, we need rims on our back ones here. So we need, what kind of rim is that? That is a Rim Retro 12. Okay, so let's go to the rim shop. Rim shop. Rim Retro. So let's do retro. And it's a Retro 12. That'd be this guy right there. Let's get 2 15-inchers. There we go. Okay, let's get those put together. Yeah, we already previously bought the tires, so we're good there. That one on there will balance this guy. Alright, so there's our rear tires. We should be good. All of our parts. Check our status here. So we got to do fuel tank and a pump yet. The pump should be repaired. Got to finish up, putting the exhaust in so we can put our drive shaft in now. Got the rear end complete. Cool. Fuel tank. We definitely need a new one of those. Go back to this shaft. So yeah, fuel pump should be good to go. And our mufflers, already got those. Okay, we do need this half too. Alright. Wait, what? Hold on. There we go. So we need 2 of those. And that'll finish off our exhaust. Sweet. Alright, cool. Let's see how we're doing parts-wise. We are 99%, so what did we miss? What did we miss? Let's check our parts list. We missed a rubber bushing somewhere. Ooh, okay, so where did we miss that? That'll help us, Oh, we missed one here on the subframe. Whoopsie. What? Part mount. So I guess I missed the rubber bushing there. There we go. Sweet. Now we should be 100%. There we go. 100% all the way around. Awesome sauce. Alright, let's get her down, get some fluids into it. She looks good. Alright, let's get some fresh motor honey into it. Yeah, so we were about 3,000 in the hole with this one from the salvage auction. Okay, let's check our dipstick, make sure we got adequate motor honey. That looks adequate to me. Alright, so let's put some brake juice in here. Wait, is that part still... Hold on a minute. Part do I still have flagged? Still seeing the blue. Oh, there it is right there. I see it. Get that unmarked. Already got it in, so we're good. Let's get some fluid into here. Okay, that's adequate brake juice. Get some radiator juice in there. And all the juices. Okay, that should be adequate. You know what I think would be neat with the radiator, if we had that antifreeze tester, I guess as far as like with the bubbles in it. Let you check, I guess, as far as the potency, I guess, as far as over your coolant. That would be kind of cool. Kind of wishful thinking. Racer Batman this time, I guess, as far as the webcam action. Nice. Okay, so there's that. So we got all the juices into her. All the way on the ground. Let's go get some alignment done to it. Now let's get her over to here. So we need to do suspension alignment. Oh yeah, she's a little out of whack. Let's make her less out of whack. A lot of this stuff here we don't absolutely have to do to get the but we're kind of doing our own little car mechanic or car dealer simulator. Oh wow. A little bit down. There we go. Right side. So we're kind of repurposing and reinventing this game to be a car dealer simulator in our own way. Okay, so all those are aligned. Only thing left to do is get this over to dyno. 330 horsepower we can get out of this base engine. Get it over to dyno, see if we get it all. Alright, check your ears, guess as far as it gets a little noisy here in the dyno when we check the horsepower. Did indeed get all that base horsepower. Class C 177? No, Class D, my bad. C should be 200. So we're in the 200s, that'd be C. So this is a D. Nice. Okay. So let's make sure, so she doesn't run. I'm just going to start it just to make sure. I think this one's complete. I'll call it good on this one. So let's see how we did. Give ourselves the rundown. Wow, way more than, almost doubled our money right there. So we were 3,000 in the hole. So if we wouldn't have been that much in the hole, we'd be like 46. That would be a lot closer to doubling our money. Still not terrible. We got Farmer Guy coming in hot. Farmer Guy had to refurbish that that subscription here, just as far as to get the ad free. How we doing there, Farmer Guy? Farmer Guy was doing. Let me get him to say something. I guess as far as he was doing that Outer Worlds 2. Pretty interesting game. It kind of had that Fallout vibe to it. Yeah, it definitely had that Fallout vibe to it. That's another game, I guess, as far as I wouldn't mind getting into. I guess as far as there's just so many really cool games I'd love to be in. Just don't have the time. Just don't have the time. So yeah, we did pretty good. We didn't make a killing on this car, getting it all 100%, but let's get this one sold. Make a little bit of profit off of that one. This will get us officially 39 cars done. So let me mark this down. I got my little mark here, so that's 39 cars we got done. So if we do another one, that'll be 40. We only have 10 left. 10 left to do. Get that achievement. Alright, so we do have some cleanup to do here in our inventory. So let's do a little bit of scrapping. I'm going to move this GTO over. That'll be our next one we'll work on. And I do have an engine already built for this, so could go that route. I guess as far as slap the already one built, already restored, we can do that. Kind of in that old school mood, I guess, as far as working on the old school cars. Definitely like the old school. I kind of feel, time permitting here, I'm gonna put this down. Hold on a minute. I'm making myself a note. I want to entertain creating a 57 drag car. It'll be fun. Where the heck are all my... I'm out of sticky notes. I need more sticky notes. So we're going to do 57 Chevy drag car. So even by default, as far as with the drag DLC, we don't have one. We need one. We need a 57 drag car. 57 Bel Air. Green's good, blue's better. It's actually like Falling Out, same people, I think. Oh yeah, I was talking about, yeah. As far as Fallout, it's got that Fallout vibe. I need to get a chance to watch some of it. It seems like a very grindy game, just like Fallout too. Got a lot of missions to, and I guess that's the whole enjoyment of the game. A lot of things to accomplish. I guess that's what makes the game pretty fun to play. So yeah, if we're going to be playing any more of that there, Farmer Guy, I want to make sure folks that haven't followed you, make sure you do that. Hit the notifications for Farmer Guy's been playing a lot of really cool games like that. Yeah, so we're just going to clean up our inventory here a little bit before we work on our GTO. So some of these parts we can actually just sell. Yeah, we getting pretty close to, we'll be in the home stretch once we hit 90,000 in scrap points. I'm not even sure what we'll do with all the scrap points. I don't know. We'll have to... The one thing I always like to use scrap points for the most is performance parts. You get the most value out of the use of your scrap points, applying it to your performance parts. That's just my opinion. I don't really feel, and we've tested this theory out, to be able to put the scrap points gets as far as to your, you know, your regular parts. You don't really make that much more. You really don't. So, and I'm sure it will depend on which car you apply that to, but we've done the Corvette C8 to get every single last part, not tuned, just regular parts, although a 3-star, you only gain about 20,000 more dollars, you know, give or take. It's 20 some odd $1,000, which really wasn't a lot. Not like it gives you a ton more money, I guess, as far as stuff. But I mean, to each their own if you want to take that approach. You do make a little bit more money, but it's, to me, I don't think it's worth it to spend all the scrap points on that. Where it really counts is to put them onto the tune parts, performance parts. That's all. The rest of these should be yellow. Alright, we'll go sell those. To confirm, yep, everything is yellow. Go ahead and sell the rest of these. Bloop. Cool, inventory's clear. Alright, now we got a Pontiac GTO to work on. Already got her washed up, clean, and all that good stuff. I do want to see if we can get this running. So let's check our oil. Yep, we're just going to top it up with some fresh oil. We know the drill. Another 3-star from the salvage auction. Looks like it's in really good shape. Okay. And there. Alright, let's see if she can get her running. Just needs a little oil. Look at that, we got another runner. We got another runner. What I like about getting these 3-star cars at the salvage auction. So yeah, what we'll do, I think I'm gonna get that one car we already have restored. We'll use that one. Where's that guy? Right there. So we're gonna put this one in there. Okay. And who knows? Maybe we'll just pull this one and sell that engine the way it is. Might do that too. We could do that. Nothing wrong with it. It runs. So that's a good thing. Get this over here. Drain out all this oil. It's got a mixture of some bad and good oil. At this point, yeah, we want to put some good stuff in there. All right, get that out of the way. Wait, let's get this dismantled and get this pulled out. Get that gearbox out. Yeah, so how many folks, I guess, as far as we got in here? Let's see who's paying attention. One's in chat if we should just sell this one. Sell this engine like it is. And we already got the engine built for this. Y'all let me know. We could just sell this one like it does run. We already confirmed it does run. Not a bad engine. Looks in pretty good shape there too. So yeah, one's in chat if we should just go ahead and sell that one. Let's get her pulled out. Now I'm assuming by the silence, I guess, as far as nobody's paying attention, or they don't want me to sell it that way. Pull her out. And what we'll do is we'll put the fresh one in there. I want to fix up the front end first. So we'll have that one there and this one here. We can just sell that one the way it is, but I'm gonna leave it up to you folks as to whether or not we do that. Making good time here so far. No money in it on its own. I mean, you can make some money. You make some money with it, just not as much as if you were to fix it up, obviously. That's what I'm leaving it up to you folks, I guess, as far as to decide. You can definitely make some money that way. Not as much money, for sure. Some knuckle. Yeah, definitely fix up the front end. So the front end was missing some parts on this one here, yeah. I think, so the 57 had the rear end, this one had the front end, that's missing parts. We'll get those replaced. Gonna replace. Make it all complete again. Needs to be in a car. I mean, you can still sell the engine, I think, like it is. I think I've done that before. Let me see here. So if we were, for example, actually we might have to break. I think I get what you mean. So as a complete thing, yeah, doesn't let you sell, because I know I've done the sell it all and it still keeps the engine. I got what you mean. So yeah, we could definitely put it into another car and just sell it like it is. I guess that's fair. I think I get what you mean there, Jack, though. Yeah, so it won't let you sell it as just an engine, right? Either sell the individual parts or put it in a car, right? So I guess that's what I meant. So if we put it into, find another car to put it into, you know, like a barn find or something, just leave it the way it is. We could do that way, or actually still just fix it up. So I guess that's what the question I'm asking. We're still gonna have to go, after we get done with this one, we'll have to look for something else to work on. Alright, so let's get that all done. So, got some parts that are missing, as we know. So, let's do some preliminary work here. We gotta get some fluids out. Drain some fluids. Oh, well, that's what I just went through the motions of that. So you can't sell the engine like it is. So if we go like this, do like this, I guess we can do that, right? So we would probably get more if we fixed it up than that much right there. So that goes back to my original thing, just to be able to sell it this way. I guess the other thing I was mentioning is it doesn't let you, so like if you were to go sell parts like this, it doesn't let you sell it. So when they're like completed parts, they don't let you do that. I guess that was what I was pointing out there too, just to clarify. Because there's been plenty of times where I have a complete engine in there, I guess, as far as, but when we do that motion there, it doesn't sell it. So you have to click it independently. Let's straighten this out. So it's either we put it in another car, because we know it runs, or just sell it like that. Again, either way, I guess, as far as, should we just leave it the way it is, or should we fix it? That's my main question. Oh, crap. I did not mean to do that. Hurry up, put some kitty litter on the floor. We don't need people slipping on that. Dang it. I did not mean to do that. Alright, so we did drain that out. Let's get the battery out. We'll get that charged. So let's drain out this one. Let's make sure we drain this guy. People aren't slipping on it. Spilt fluid. Now, granted, that was just bug juice. It's not that terrible. Hopefully, it shouldn't be that terrible. This must be empty. We can just take it off then. Alright, cool. That side is already drained. Did I drain this already? So a little over 2,600 credits we can get for that engine if we don't do anything to it. Now, just out of curiosity, here's oh crap! That's my fault, Brent. That's definitely my fault. Yep, I made a mess on the floor. Got the bug juice on the floor. 20K if it's in a car. Yeah, and I guess that's the other point to make. You could definitely make more on the engine no matter if you fix it up or at least put it into another car. So yeah, you get the monies, I guess, as far as for. So a lot of different ways you can go about it. So just out of curiosity, with that being said, if we were to sell this one, $45.75, that's a complete 100% engine. Same engine, right? I didn't mean to do that. I just boo-booed. I meant to deny. Now we gotta fix that one. So the comparison I was trying to make, there's $4,500, I guess, as far as for a complete green engine, as opposed to this condition. So now we gotta fix this one up. I just boo-booed. I sold it, I didn't mean to. That's my fault. That's what I get for getting clip happy. Anyway, so that takes away that question. We'll have to fix that one up now. Not that it's a problem, but that's kind of interesting, I guess, as far as to know. That engine was obviously in pretty good shape. It's probably mostly in the yellow. I didn't do the test on it to confirm, but I think most of it would have been in the yellow. Definitely think most of it would have been in the yellow. So the fact that it was about half as much value, I guess, as far as than a 100% one. Can't believe I just did that. Actually, I kind of can. Got a little click happy. I meant to do deny instead of accept. So we got another one carb OHV, I guess, as far as to fix up. It's okay. See, what I didn't want to have to do is, so the last engine that I had in my inventory, it stayed in my inventory like forever. It's like we were always working on other cars or whatever like that. It's just, I don't know. I guess I just don't like working on engines by themselves. I like to work on the whole car. I guess that's my part of my own problem. You know, so just to build engines, it's like you're only doing part of the job, right? So I guess that's another reason why I posed the question. Should we fix it up or just put it in another car and sell it? Because you just don't. Yeah, so with that said, let's go ahead and put this one on there. I'll have to fix that up. Let's finish up our preliminary work on the engine bay. Because I know some of you have seen, I guess, as far as I've had engines sit in the inventory for quite some time. Without, wait a minute, why did that not charge? Okay, let's charge it now. Alright, so let's get this fuse box back in there. We'll get some new fuse and relays. So this is the fuse panel I felt the 57 should have had, in comparison to what it did have. Yeah, so the fact that it even had power steering, that was interesting. So we need... Whoa, we gotta go to this store. 3 of those. That's the big boys. 3 big boys, so we need 1 of those. 2 of these. One of... Wait a minute. How did that get on? Wait a minute. That's not supposed to be on there. What did I do? So somehow I got the base on there. Whoops, we don't need that. I boo-booed. That means I missed a fuse or relay. Okay, we'll find out which one we missed. I must have misclicked and put the base on there instead of the fuse. Okay, that one's good. This one right there. That's this guy. I misclicked. It happens. Let's do this. We need 1 of those. Alright, and then 1 of those. And we got this little guy and this guy. Sweet. Alright, cool. And I'll put the cover on. Radiator's fixed up. Cool. Battery should be done. Let's get the battery off the charger. There we go. Slap that puppy in. There it is. All nice and charged. Cool. Let's get some new reservoirs. Go back to this store. Power steering. Bug juice container. Nice. Okay, let's get that in there. Reservoir. Cool. Alright, so we got the preliminaries done here in the engine bay. So, did we have any rotors to machine? Check that out. We do. Nice, so we're gonna need some new brake pads. And all the front end stuff. The new brake pads. We're gonna need new wheel bearings. So I know there's some stuff that's missing too. So I'll have to buy those as we need them as we come across them. So we need new tie rod stuff. Whoa, what the heck? 2 of those. 2 of these. So we got the double wishbone, so we need 12 rubber bushings. Get 12 rubber bushings. Whoa. What the heck happened there? 12 rubber bushings. Cool. Let's get these shock assemblies taken apart. Get that off of there. Doing some multitasking. So we only had one shock set up there apparently. Okay, hold on. So we're gonna rebuild 2 more of these. Go to this store and grab 2 sets of these. Two of these. Alright, let's get those put together. Put them together right now. Racer Batman getting some more fluids out of that raffle. Racer Batman on a roll. Cool. Alright, so we got those 2. Rotors are done. Put this up in here. Got our rubber bushings, so we're gonna need, yeah. So I'm just gonna play it by ear as far as what else we're gonna need that was missing. Subframe's good. Let's put our rubber bushings in there. Yeah, so some parts on this front end got pilfered at the salvage auction, so we'll get those replaced, of course. Sweet. Some knuckles. Got both knuckles. Tie rods, got all that brand new. Tie in the steering with the tie rods. See how they did that? It's kind of interesting how they did that. Sway bar, we need a new one of those. This knuckle on. Rotors, got those remachined. New pads. Calipers. Okay, we were missing some calipers, so we're gonna need some cylinders too. So we're gonna get 2 of these. I think both those must have been missing. And gonna need some cylinders. Brake cylinders. Yep, 2 of those. Cool. Well, those are all brand new. Most of the time these tend to be just refurbished, but not this time. Pack that full of grease, cap it off. Get our lower control arm. New bushings. Shock assembly, we got those all redone. Upper control arm, so we're missing that guy. Getting into the parts that we're missing. 1. So we're going to need a new end link for the sway bar. And that'll complete this side. Oh, I only bought 1. What'd you do that for, bro? You got 2. Need 2 of them. So tie rod. Tie it all in. And that should be ready for tire. Sweet. Alright, let's get this other side. Okay, so upper control arm, that, okay, all of this is missing? Okay, that's not. So just the uppers they took off of this one. Now you need a shower, a little hair. Yeah, the itchy hairs. That's one thing I always kind of bugs you, I guess, as far as about getting a haircut. Get all itchy with from all the hairs. Yep. Take a nice fresh shower. As far as I'll get all nice. Oh, what the heck? Bro, what are you doing? Don't need to be all close and personal like that. There we go. Yes, that. Oh my god, is that Jono again? Did Jono come in here and make sure everybody's awake? I know I'm awake now. Okay, cap that off. Got some grease in there. These are all brand new calipers. Jono got us all again. That was pretty quick, Chemical. Did you do that? Did you do your haircut yourself? I was under the impression you were going to, like a salon or barber. Okay, so we need a new upper. It's like from the other side. I used to do my own hair, but no, I usually hack it up too much. It's not an easy thing. It's getting in behind there, I guess, as far as that's the hard part. I can do the front and the sides, but the back, that's the pain. I tend to still rely on a barber, I guess, as far as do it upright, so it's not all. So yeah, I guess we'll deal with tires. So we were missing both front tires. What kind of tires we got? We can take this one off. Get an idea of what we got here. We'll get 4 of those, so it should be 4 of the same type of tire. EBX, and we're 235 60/15. Okay, pull these apart. Whoops, wrong one. Jono having too much fun, I guess, as far as jump scaring us all. But that's just me, it's usually everybody. Okay, now we'll have an idea. If we go to tires, we need 4 of those. This we can fix up though. Let's get 4 new tires. Let's go to the tire shop. So they are going to be 235 60/15. So we'll get 4 15 inchers. What do we say, 235 60. A little bit less than the sidewall than the 57 Chevy. There we go. And just to confirm, good deal. Let's go fix up the one rim we got. So we have to buy 2 more rims for the front. Cool. Let's buy 2 more for the front. The rims, so we'll get that on the list. We need 2 of those style. Go to the rim shop. Bloop, bloop. So we get them 15 inch. And we need 2 of them for the front. There we go. Let's get those put together. These actually do look like the old style Pontiac rims too. Pretty similar. Maybe not exactly the same, but pretty darn close. Hit it again. Alright, so put these on the front. So I'm going to leave the back one apart for now. We'll get some... I guess I can put that one together too. Yeah, that'd be fine. We'll have that one ready. These are going on the front. Okay, that's all done. Let's take this other one off here. We'll do this one right away too. Why not? Why not? At least we'll have them ready. Cool. Alright, let's get that one taken apart. Do 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 do. Get that over to the bench, get that one fixed up. One smack, and it looks good. So let's get these. We already have the new tires. Cool. So these we'll just keep off for now until we get to the rear end. What in the world was that? Oh, that was that one doesn't seem to be as loud as the other one. I see, that was the monsters, yep. That one didn't get me as much there, Jono. I don't know if that's any fault of your own, or just that is this... No, that particular one doesn't seem to be as loud. Appreciate the biddies. So a lot of those that are in the Tangies like that, I've been trying to get those as a local thing. Some of the more popular ones that people like to use there on the Tangia. Okay, we're gonna leave those off for now. Yep. So the front end's done. Did we do anything with the... I guess we didn't. We're missing a fender. We need to do frame stuff and body stuff. Let's do that. Bring her down. Yeah, so we already got the preliminaries done there in the engine bay. Let's weld the frame. Frame's in pretty good shape, but we want it 100%. We want it 100%. Cool, so our frame should be good. Nice. Let's work on some body panels. Get the hood off. So get one headlight. Fender. Door. So I noticed the mirrors are actually painted, so they're not chrome. Interesting. That style of mirror, at least, anyway. That's fixable. Let's get the tail lights out. We're gonna put different. So where was this one originally from? Ireland. Holy smokes! Oh my God!
Did that scare you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet I did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, that one got me good. Yeah, they definitely made that one pretty good. Yikes! All right, did we get all the? Oh my God, that was a good one. You can thank Jono for that one there, Racer Batman. That was a loud one. So yeah, that's like I'm saying there, Jono. It's not just me, it's also everybody else watching. Okay, so I think those windows are missing, so I need a new windshield. Good one. So what about this side mirror? Yeah, I like the color on this thing too. We're gonna stick with that color. Let's go fix up what we can. And we're gonna have to get some new body panels, which we'll have to paint. Well, we don't have to, but we like to. So I want to get, so I know it was the one fender. Yeah, we'll get a better look-see here what parts we do need. So I know it was this one fender for sure. So that's missing. Let's get that fender. Okay. So I'm going to leave these parts off for now. This fender's good. Door. Okay, so we got all that. Trunk. Okay, so I think it was just that one fender. So next to headlights, let's get new headlights. Go back to this store, the body shop. Nope, wrong one. That's going to be for GTO. Yep, so we need that new fender, that new headlight, this new headlight. We'll slap the headlights in right away. I think the fender should be, or the bumper should be good. Oh, we didn't have that either. Okay, hold on. Need a front bumper. That we don't need to paint. That should be just chrome. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it is painted. Hold on. Hold on. Pull that back off. That's painted. What about the rear bumper? Wait a minute. Oh, we didn't fix that up yet. Hold on. Gotta fix up that rear bumper. It's got a nice roll pan to it. Cool. I like that. It's got a nice, so no big, thick steel bumper, I guess, as far as it's got like a roll pan. Nice. Okay, let's do tail lights while we're at it. Oh, some more webcam action. Yeah, 2 for 1, no doubt. So let's get some tail lights. There there's that. Cool. Now, some of these winders. Do some winders. Get a new rear window. Side window. That winder. Now once we get the doors in, we'll be able to put the door windows. Obviously that's a prerequisite. We'll get a new windshield. I'm leaving them off there just as far so we can use those to get that color in our paint so well, so we can paint our new fender. Alright, there we go. Let's go into the paint booth. Go get our new parts painted. So we got a front bumper and right fender. What we need to do, we're gonna take, say, this fender, paint that, get that in our color swath. It's a really cool color. Paint it. That'll be now in our swath. And now we can paint our other fender, which is here, and also our front bumper. Look at that. Nice color match. So we do our front bumper right there. Cool. Marvelous. Let's get those back in there. A little bit tacky from the paint. Why does it keep going back so far? I don't know. Cool. Alright, let's get these back on there. Painted bump. Oh my god, that got me when they're good there. I was looking all over the place. Like, where's that coming from? That was wild. I was like all over the place with that one. You had me looking all over the place there, Jono. That's a good one. I actually looked at the door as far as like who's knocking at the door. That's funny. Alright, so let's get these windows in. That actually sounded like someone was knocking. Man, the way they do those, how do you call it, like the fidelity or the acoustics of it? I don't know how they do that, but holy smokes. That's very realistic. Alright, so that's all done there. We got our trunk back on. I think all of our body panels are good, with the exception to license plates. So we should be at like 90%. Yep. And that would be the plates. So let's go ahead and go to the plate shop and we'll get some new plates. Standard dealer plates. So let's do some standard dealer plates. Like so. Do. Alright, let's get those on there. Front and back. That should get our body to 100%. So our body and frame are good to go. Let's work on some interior. What's going on in here? So we'll do a disassemble. So we're missing a passenger seat. We'll have to get that fixed. Alright, so we'll do 2 new buckets and bench and that one. Okay, let's go to the interior shop and grab some new ones of those. 2 new buckets, new bench, and steering wheel. Reinstall. There, that should get our interior to 100%. Marvelous. And all we got to work on is all the other parts. Cool. And because I made such a foolish mistake, I guess as far as to sell that already built engine, I guess we got to restore the engine. So I'm gonna work on this rear end here first, though, and we'll get to the engine. Still unbelievable why I did that. It was not intentional, that's for sure. Definitely was not intentional. So I guess on the bright side of it, we did make some money off of it. But that leaves us one less, I guess, as far as fully restored 1 carbo HV engine. So one upside, one downside. Get our rear end taken apart. Standard leaf spring rear end. Classic suspension for these types of cars for sure. Feeling pretty good. So once we get this one done, we'll be at 40 cars total. I guess as far as that means only 10 left to get the achievement. Pull out all that exhaust. Yeah, why not? We'll do the fuel tank too. Get that all gutted out. Alright, let's go fix up what we can fix. So we probably got some drums we can machine. Get those machined. Oh yeah. Multitasking. Like a well-oiled machine. Oops, gotta try that one again. I was trying so hard not to break it. I guess as far as that, completely missed repairing it. A lot of parts to refurbish. That's good. It's always a good thing. So the rear end on this one was pretty much complete. Just needs a little bit of refurbishment. Fix up that fuel pump. We need a new fuel tank. Alright, so we got another rotor to fix up. Or drum, I should say. It's brakes, you know, you get it. So let's go to... We need 4 small rubber bushings for the leaf springs. So let's go to this store. Ah, force I have it. So we need some rubber bushings. Small. 4 of those. And then we're going to need some new rear shocks. Where are the rear shocks at? Shocks are right there, so we get 2 new ones of those. That should be the majority of our rear end. Cool. Alright, let's get that put back together. Lots of parts refurbished, so that's refurbished. Knuckles are refurbished. Alright, we got our backing plates. Oh, he's got brand new shocks. Wait. Obviously we'll have to wait on the drive shaft. Let's put our leaf springs in. Well, they're refurbished. Got some new bushings. Let's strap that onto our axle housing. It's all refurbished. Cleaned up pretty nice. I like the way it cleaned up. So nice. Okay, let's put our drive axle in. Cylinder. Shoes are repaired. Drums are remachined. Cool. It's ready for tires. Let's get this side. Drive axle. Cylinder for our shoes. Shoes are repaired. Drums are remachined. Cool. Let's get our leaf spring onto this side. Cool. Get her strapped onto the axle housing. Don't need her flopping around. That part's good. So tires are already good to go. Let's put them back on. I already got those previously done. So we can put those in. Alright, so let's get the other tire back on. We gotta fix up that engine yet. Okay, new fuel tank. Yep, let's get a new one of those. Fuel pump is already repaired, so that's good. Sweet. There's all that. So we should be... Yeah, so we still gotta get exhaust and all that stuff in there too. Alright, so we got most of that all done. Let's go ahead and fix up our engine. Gotta break this one down now. We know it runs. This needs a little TLC, that's all. Good engine. Let me get those nasty clips off there. Okay, get that all off. Let's get the front end off. Get that dismantled. I find it very interesting with, depending on which engine builder you talk to, which part of the engine they like to take apart first. I don't think there's really any wrong way to go about it. Some like to do the front end of the engine first. You know, as far as once it's up on the engine stand. We're not talking about back end so much, I guess, as far as so. Some like to start at the top and go to the front. Some like to take the front. Some like to do the bottom end first. Really not a wrong way. I think it's just a matter of preference. Just a matter of preference. So we gotta get all the push rods out of there before we can get that out of there. Yep. Whatever you feel like getting into the most. Now, it could be argued, I guess, as far as valve train's pretty easy to dismantle. It's a little bit more involved, I guess, as far as once you're reinstalling it, because you want to, you got to deal with slack and all that stuff, I guess, as far as backlash and all that good stuff. Make sure there's not a lot of slop, I guess, as far as in the motion of the valves. Yeah, as far as your rockers and so on. So it's probably a little bit more involved with that. Sometimes you like to save that for last. Both taking it apart and putting it back together. Oh yeah, some like to take the approach of whichever takes the longest. I like to deal with that first. It's a pretty fair approach. Really no wrong way. Yeah, I think it just comes down to preference. So in reality, it's really is a thing, I guess, as far as makes it a little bit more difficult to get the cam out when the push rods are still in there, because you got the push rods are basically up against the lobes of the cam. So granted, you could probably pull it out, but you're going to wreck a lot of the valve train if you try to do that. In a lot of cases, it probably won't budge too much, I guess, as far as because of those push rods up against the lobes of the cam. Just depending on how tight a fit that is. Obviously, you're going to have a little bit of play, you know, from front to back, I guess, as far as on the cam. It's just how much you have, I guess, as far as it's going to determine, you know, how much ticking or tapping or whatever you'll get in the engine when it's completely built. Mouse? What about the mouse? Eh? Squeaking? You talking about squeaks? Yeah, you can sometimes get squeaks in your engines too. A lot of it does have to do with just how the type of engine. Sometimes it's kind of hard to get all the squeaks and ticks and whatever out of the engine, just based on the design of the engine itself. Doesn't necessarily make it a bad engine build. It just means just that type of engine. So even if you got a well-lubed and well-tuned, I guess as far as valve head, you know, as far as the engine head, with your valve train, you're still gonna get some ticking in there. That doesn't mean it's a bad valve train. It's just because of all the moving parts that are in the valve train. There's some pretty interesting approaches that I've seen. I've got some of my own, I guess, as far as to eliminate some of the ticking in the valve train. Sometimes you can go too far with it though, and it kind of degrades the performance of the valve train. You got to be careful on how much try to quiet it down. It can actually hurt the performance. You know, I've seen, you know, different types of keepers, I guess, as far as for the rocker arms. And the keepers are basically what hold the rockers onto the head. So you can use different types of keepers, I guess, as far as to eliminate a lot of noise. You know, to keep the noise of the actuation of the rockers, you know, quiet. But you can also limit, I guess, as far as its movement, if you use wrong type of keepers. So good and bad, I guess, as far as what comes with a lot of that. Just a random thing I started saying. Mouse, okay. Yeah, so it just happened. It just sounded kind of interesting. I was talking about noises coming off the engine bay. Squeaks can definitely be a thing, which obviously still come off a mouse, as far as the squeaks. Now, if you got squeaking, I guess, as far as in your engine, that could mean probably one of your first initial things involved with the squeaking would be pulleys. You can get squeaking out of your pulleys, like your harmonic balancer, pulleys like on the water pump and stuff like that. A lot of times those will squeak when they're worn out. And a lot of times it's just a matter of getting a new belt, I guess, as far as for the pulley. If you got any slippage in your belt at all on your pulley, it'll cause it to squeak, because it's allowing that belt to slip and the pulley go faster, I guess, as far as than it should, which it causes a squeak. So some folks just like to take the approach, I've done that myself, just replace the pulley and the belt. You know, just if you're gonna go that far, as far as take the belt off, take the pulley off too. But sometimes the pulleys are gonna be hard to get off, depending on which component you're dealing with. Because you need a lot of times a pulley puller, which is a combination of a clamp that you screw down, I guess, as far as to get that popped off there. And sometimes that takes a little effort. Trust me, I've had my fair share of having to do those. I think the hardest ones to get off, as far as the engine pulleys on the front end, is the harmonic balancer. That thing can be a bugger to get off. And you want it to be tight on there, because you don't want that, you know, any slop in that thing cause any squeaking or any slippage of the belt going around the harmonic balancer. But at the same time, you got to get it off when it needs replacement. Yeah, it's be a little bit rough. So there's good and bad with that. It's like I keep saying, watch the spider behind you. No. Don't even play with that one. Okay, so crank can come out. Power steering pump. Alright, let's flip this right side up. This engine block is in really good shape. Alright, let's get it. Oh, got that filter. I'll leave that dangling. Let's get her fixed up. Yeah, we've been on a really good track record, and I don't want to jinx myself, I guess, as far as of not breaking any parts. And it really helps when you got these 3-star type of cars, I guess, as far as not a lot of parts, I guess, as far as that are that bad of shape, I guess, as far as to potentially break them completely. Granted, I've slipped, I guess, as far as in, but we've been able to salvage, I guess, as far as yellow parts. I like when we have this many parts to be able to fix up. That means less money we got to spend. Getting a little greedy with my money now, even though I have 13 million in the bank. And quite honestly, for those that have watched, I guess, as far as part of the reason we've got so much money in there is dealing with those McLarens. You can make a crap ton of money on those McLarens. You don't even necessarily have to fix them up 100%. Just do the bare minimum. Make millions off of those. Insane. But yeah, we have done at least a couple of different McLarens. We've done a long tail, we've done a standard, we've done a wide body. That was one of the first ones we did, was a wide body. A lot of really cool trims in that car. I think the favorite though is the probably the standard. I think that, yeah, definitely that standard body is probably the best out of all of them. So let's get that engine back on there. So our crank is refurbished. Get some new pistons and rings. 8 new pistons. And don't forget those rings. Okay, hold on. So we got to get piston rings. That'll go along with those new pistons. Yoda over there keeping me and all of us on our toes, I guess, as far as it's like, what is he going to do next? What are you going to do next? Like anticipation. So we need a new flywheel. Well, the heads are refurbished. You know, and again, same goes for putting the engine together. Not a wrong way, I guess, as far as to go ahead and put your pistons on first. As opposed to that. Now, in this case, the engine does require to do it that way. Some would like to put in the pistons last. It's an interesting approach, but I've seen it done before where you put the heads on first, leave the valve train, I guess, as far as off of it, maybe even put the cam in as well, and then put your pistons in. It does give you the ability to, I guess, as far as to check clearance, I guess, as far as on your pistons, to make sure, do they need to be honed down? I guess, as far as, are they smacking the bottom of the deck, the head? You know, I've seen that approach, and it's kind of interesting. But the way the game depicts it here, as far as you have to put the pistons in first, before you can put the heads on. So it doesn't even let you do that. But yeah, I have definitely seen the approach of putting the heads on first before the pistons, because you can do that. It's a little bit tougher. Now, something else that this doesn't depict here, I guess, as far as how you put the crank in there, is you're going to have a crank seal, I guess, as far as on either end. Now, we've seen this on the Advantage, you know, the Aston Martin, where it'll actually have the crank seal. That's more the approach, I guess, as far as how you put the crank in there. Otherwise, there's no other way to get that crank in there. So it's a little bit lacking on these types of engines of how the crank actually goes in there, you know, in reality. But I think the closest one that is the engine that we've built, I guess, as far as, is probably those Aston Martins. And we definitely need a new one of those. So we got, this is refurbished. So even to include, I guess, as far as a 4-bolt main, you know, having that, because if you ever heard that term, I guess, as far as a 4-bolt main, that Aston Martin, and I think it was on the DBS that we worked on last week. One of them that we did, I guess, as far as it actually has a 4-bolt main. and the proper crank seals on either end of the engine, I guess, as far as to put the crank in and out. That's kind of cool how they did that. So did I already get the flywheel on here? I did not. So let's get a flywheel. Alright, and then let's do all the clutch stuff. So we got our clutch. We'll need a new pressure plate and a bearing. So another game I think of that has quite a bit of things you can do in there that's a little bit more detailed than this game is automation. So the way you can build a lot of the engines there, a little bit more detailed. But I think what's kind of lacking in there by game default is a lot of these very types of engine that we're working on. A lot of them are just makeshift V8s. They're not necessarily a particular type of V8 that are GM style or Ford style or what have you. They seem to be very generic, and I'm kind of hoping they do bring in some more brand name type of engines into that game. It is still in beta, so I give it some credit, I guess, as far as they're still working on things. I think they're just trying to really get down, I guess, as far as the mechanics of how the game works before they start adding in, I guess, as far as more brand name stuff. I mean, I know there's mods out there too for that game, I guess, as far as that allow you to, but I'm talking about base game items. This game's done a really good job of depicting a lot of the different types of engines that you would deal with, both American and foreign. Which is why I like to play it a lot. I haven't worked on a lot of foreign cars, you know, as far as engines and stuff, and this definitely gives you the ability to do that. So we need some new pulleys. Definitely like these old school engines. Old school engines like this are definitely my all-time favorite. Worked on a lot of these types of engines in my younger years. Get some new belts. Get our front end done. So this can be argued too, now that I've done this here too, as far as to put all the belts on there before you get your crank and that all set, you know, as far as your crank bearings and whatever. That's a fair argument, because really in reality you don't want to put all that on there until you get these all set, just to get any slop or any slack, I guess, as far as out of the crank before you put those items in there. Once you got that all set and the proper free play and all that stuff, I guess, as far as then it's you know, feel free to move on, progress. But I did get a little bit ahead of myself. The game doesn't error you, I guess, as far as for doing it wrong. But for me, and again, it just depends on which engine builder you talk to, they would suggest, I guess, as far as doing the crank bearings first before you do any front end or back end, and then your rod caps, just to get the crank set into the right place. You don't have a lot of slop in it. And by that, as far as like just movement front to back, I mean, you're going to get a little bit of movement from front to back. It's just how much. The more you can kind of dial that in and tune it, I guess, as far as to where you have just enough, but not too much. That's sometimes hard to accomplish. Evan and Bandier coming in and stinking up the joint. How we doing there, Evan? How was your, I think I missed your, yeah, your 1000 mod playthrough of Skyrim or whatever it was you're doing. But I know you've been enjoying some other games. We were talking about that earlier, just as far as just so many games to play and not enough time. Let's see, let's do this. New filter, so I can flip this right side up. And I think we just gotta get our very top end. We gotta get our valve train and all that going. We need some new push rods. So we need a mechanics dozen of those. Making good time on it yet. Oops. Pointing at the wrong thing there. Right front to back. What? What did I miss there? I missed something. Right front to back. What was I talking about? Is that something I was talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Cool deal. So it's been going good over there. I guess on the topic of discussion, I know you've checked out a couple of new games that you mentioned, Evan, but have you looked into Outer Worlds 2? We got to see some gameplay by Farming Guy with that one. Pretty interesting game. Very grindy, but seems to have a lot of game content. Very immersive too. You played the first one, but not the second one. So you have played Outer Worlds too. I heard of the game, but that's the first I knew was, you know, seen some gameplay of either one of them. So it does have a Fallout, I guess, as far as type of vibe to it. Just doesn't have a lot of the, how would you say, nuclear. It's a little bit different, but it's definitely got that Fallout vibe. Let's just put it that way. Keep it simple. Let's see. So rockers, yeah, we got all of our rockers and rollers. Yeah, so because I made the stupid mistake of selling already stored one of these engines done, we gotta refurbish this guy. We did make some money off of that engine, so that's the only positive side. So let's get our head cover on. This is our oil fill side. Yo, Coyote, what's up? Oh, I thought you said up. I was like, what? You had a typo there. I see what you did. How's it going there, Coyote? Okay, so this should be refurbished, y'all. Need a new air filter. Getting up our top end. That's refurbished. All nice and shined up. So we're gonna need a new distributor. Let's get that on the list. Go to the electronic shop for that. And rotor and that should already be good to go. Yep, so we got this all refurbished. Kind of polished up the contacts on that. So our clips are good. Gonna need new wires. We need. Whoa! Guess the bowls of that carburetor look pretty good. Good grief. So let's get some sparkulators. Get those on the list. Get 8 new sparkulators. Cool. Yeah, an interview today for daylight position. Daylight? Daylight. So a daytime position? Nice. So yeah, hopefully it works out. For me, I got some jobs lined up here for the winter months. So kind of in how would you say? We're in negotiations, I guess, as far as for whether or not we'll be hired full time this year, because we weren't last year. As far as for like road treatment, as far as even salting the roads, to include plowing the roads if it calls for it. Still in those negotiations, so I'm trying to stay optimistic, I guess, as far as we'll get it fully hired on, I guess, as far as that way I'll have some job security there. But I got some other things lined up in case it doesn't. Just won't be as much money to make for the other alternatives. So we got our engine all rebuilt, top, bottom, all that good stuff. Let's make sure we didn't miss anything. We got our drive shaft, gearbox. That's good. Starter. Okay, that's good. Yep. So we did not miss anything. So let's go ahead and pull this off. And let's slap her in. Go this way. Boom. Oh, gotta get her down so we can get the engine in. Yeah, you work swing shift. So day and night all in the same week. Trying to get off the swing shift. So wouldn't that still be a swing shift if you got a day and a night job? I don't understand that. Now we got Evan trying to throw tomatoes at me. You know what I say to that? Here, it's right back at you. Yeah, so when that's still, so it wouldn't be the same job, I guess. So to me, it could still be considered a swing shift if you're working a day and a night job, even though they might be at two different jobs. You know, so I think the common understanding as far as with swing shift is you're working for the same place, but you might work a day one time and then a night another time. So for me, I gotta have my nights. My nights are my own. So my evenings, I guess as far as, so I work earlier in the morning to the afternoon, and the rest of the time is mine. So whatever I can get done, I guess as far as from like 5, 6 in the morning till like 2, 3 in the afternoon, which is usually right around 2. We jump right into doing the streaming, so I gotta have my me time. If I don't have me time, I get really cranky. I get super duper cranky. You don't like to see me cranky. Okay, so we need to get that down. Let's get this over. Wait, did I move that back? I don't remember what I did there. We gotta get this engine in there. Install 100% green build. There she be. Done. So she's in there. Alright, let's button up the bottom end. Did you throw another tomato at me? You did, didn't you? I think I forgot. I don't think I forgot. I would only work 6 to 3:30 Monday through. Oh, I gotcha. So so you're only going. I see what you're saying, Cody. So you want to get off the swing shift, so you're working both day and night. You just want to work during the day. So that's kind of the way I am. You know, I'll work as long as I need to, I guess, as far as during the day. But my evenings, my late afternoons, that's mine. That's mine. I've kind of learned to live a little bit modestly in that regard. I mean, granted, there's jobs sometimes that I'll get, I guess, as far as that require, you know, me to work into the evening. I don't mind that. I just don't like to do it all the time. Because that's what makes me really cranky. All that reminds me of as far as like I'm working too hard. And again, it's okay if it's every once in a while, just not all the time. I know for some people it'd be like, wow, that's pretty lazy. I don't think so. I think that's just, to me, I view it as balanced life and, you know, balanced life and work. You know, I have a lot of uncles and whatever that work. That's all they did was work. They were workaholics, and they, you know, they really didn't have much of, you know, maybe kept them out of trouble. I guess, oh, wait a minute. That was a bad one. I just don't feel like that's, to me, that's just not a really good lifestyle. As far as just be working all the time. There are certain jobs that are designed for that, like military, for example. I mean, that just comes with the territory. But, I still got one on there then? Hold on. Yep, let's take that off there. We got all we need there. So we still got to work on the rear end? No, we're done with the rear end. You can put that in now. We already got that done. Sweet. Yeah, we got a lot done on this one so far. Oh, it's doing that thing with the drive shaft. There we go. Oh, well, it's going to let me screw those bolts in. Okay, so we got that all done. Let's finish up the exhaust. Yeah, I think it's just, you know, I even come to find this when I was in the service there, having that balance of life and duty and work. You know, some folks dedicate themselves, I guess, as far as to just be a public servant. I found out pretty quickly I'm not that person. If that's one thing I did learn, I guess, as far as about being in the service and being a public servant in that regard, I'm not that guy. I did what I needed to do when I was, you know, in that role, I guess, as far as, but I don't regret it at all, but I wouldn't do it again. That's like, I learned that lesson about myself anyway. You only want to work during the day. Wife told me if I could get it, I should find another job, but it's hard to leave it. Oh yeah, for sure. It is tough in this day, as far as, like, I've had a heck of a time myself, I guess, as far as trying to find, you know, when you got a really good job, but, you know, it just doesn't work out schedule-wise and whatever, and you find yourself in that boat, and have to say, I've seen myself in that boat plenty of times. It's hard to want to leave there to get a different job that's going to fit the time schedule that you're looking for. Most jobs anymore, depending on what you get into, as far as that's all they want you to work. They want you available like 24/7. I can't do that either. Nobody should have to do that. Again, for those certain roles, I guess, as far as that require you to do that, much respect. Much respect. I talk about anybody that's currently in the military, because I've been there, and also first responders. Nothing but mad respect, I guess, as far as for your dedication. Let's go ahead and put some fluid in this. We're going to get some motor honey. Yeah, I am not trying to discount at all the folks that do find it necessary to dedicate their time, I guess, as far as to do be on duty at all times. Okay, so let's make sure we got adequate motor honey. Pick our dipstick. That's adequate to me. Put some brake juice in there. So in fact, we actually got a follower remote, I guess, as far as for... I still left that up there from Veterans Day. It seems to be very appropriate for any time, other than just Veterans Day. I would probably lose $10+ an hour if I left. That's a lot to consider, yeah. Now, as long as you can, you know, financially, I guess, as far as handle that much of a difference, I guess, as far as that's one thing. I mean, that's up to you to decide, of course, but that'd be a tough decision. For me, I'm just single. I only got myself to worry about, really. And that's not to sound selfish or ignorant, but I don't need to be making tons of money. I don't. I'm, like I said, I've learned to live modestly and not high on the hog. Like, some people feel like they gotta have the best of everything, you know, new phones and new technology and all that stuff. I don't care to have all those things. These latest upgrades that I've done to the PC has only been out of necessity, not because of just wanting it. So that's just one example. I'm just one example, I guess, as far as of all that. Way too many people that I do know that just feel like they gotta have all the latest and greatest stuff no matter what. You know, it's like, I got the money, I'm going to spend it. I mean, to each your own. I don't want to have to work all kinds of hours to be able to accomplish that. I live within my means, and I'm comfortable with that. So, we got all the fluids in here. We are 100% all the way around. Excellent. Let's see if she does run. We'll get some alignments done onto it. She runs, starts right up. Our goat is a runner. It already was previously a runner with that other engine. With this engine, I should say. We refurbished. So let's get it over to test path and we'll get some alignments done. Holy smokes. Kind of rare, I guess, as far as we see every corner in the red. Usually it's a little bit more random. I don't know if anybody's ever noticed, I guess, as far as it even shows on the tires themselves being out of whack. So watch the tire and actually straighten up. So physically, the graphic shows the tire going straight, not just the line. They put a lot of thought into something simple as that. Even this this tool, I guess, as far as for aligning the headlights. You know, I've had a couple of different people tell me that there's a way to turn the lights on the car. I don't know how they do that. I really don't. But we've even seen it in the editor where you can see the casting of the light from the headlights, I guess, as far as, so I don't know how you turn the lights on. I've played around with a lot of the buttons. I haven't figured that out. So the only thing left we got to do on this one here is see if we get all this base horsepower. 291 off this one. So this is why I didn't want to downgrade it in the 57 for the 2 carb, because we got 330 out of that one with the 2 carb. This one's a little bit less with the 1 carb. So yeah, we definitely stuck with the 2 carb on the 57. Let's get this over to the dyno. See if we get all that base horsepower out of this thing. So you have to watch your ears. It gets a little noisy in here. You got your earbuds on, or if you got the volume blasted, just a fair warning. We did get all that base horsepower in the D, so this is another thing. Less horsepower means lower ranking. So on the 57 that we did, it was a Class D 177. This one's a 161. So that gives you a little bit of comparison between the 2 different engines, even though they're 2 different cars. But we did get all that base horsepower, so that's good. Nice. Very nice. So let's really like the color on this thing too. I think it really pops. So just make sure we didn't miss anything on this. Any green parts? Nope. So we're good. We can go ahead and get this one officially sold. Let's see how we did. So we were like 6,000 in the hole initially from this, coming from the salvage auction. We basically doubled our money. Just under 70,000. We make a little bit more off of this one than we did the 57, which is kind of interesting. So no performer parts or anything like that, but not a ton of money we can make on these, but pretty reasonable. So let's go ahead and sell this guy officially. I'll go to Happy New Owner. Ching! And then we got some scrapping to do. And some parts to sell. Yeah, get on those raffles. Build up them fluids. Financial, we can right now. 2 of our vehicles and house is paid off. That's nice. Wish I could say that. Monthly wise, I have truck payment and monthly and bills. That's it. Yeah. So financially, if that's you know, reasonable. I know you seem to be smart enough, I guess, as far as not to put yourself in a bad way. Some people though too, I guess, as far as they put themselves, they don't realize how much of a bad way they're putting them in. It's like, I don't need that job anymore, and they find out pretty quick. It's just like, wow, why'd I do that? I've got to always prided myself in being able to determine, yeah, I can live without this job, even though it does pay well. Quite honestly, like I've already said, I guess, as far as it helps you to live a little bit more modestly, not so high on the hog. You know, you can have the bare minimums and still be happy. Don't let material things, as far as dictate how you, you know, how your lifestyle is, if you will. Okay, so we can go ahead and sell the rest of these items. These are all being the yeller. Yep, so let's go sell. Boop. And our inventory is clear. Cool. You know what I really want to do? Yeah, we definitely got lots of time. So we got 2 cars down, so we're officially on 40. That's 40 cars that we've got fully restored and sold. That means only 10 left. So, do that. I'm marking that down on my end. And what I want to do is actually go into the editor. I want to see what we can do with that 57. I really want to try that out. Just to kind of play around with that a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to save our progress here. And nothing I'm going to save or anything like that, so I'm not going to worry about that. I just want to see what is possible. Just want to see what is possible. So let's go to main menu. Yep, we already saved it. We're good. Money doesn't buy happiness, but it's a lot easier to cry in a Ferrari. I mean, it depends on how you look at it. They're chemical, for sure. Some people, some people's rationality would probably say that is logical and rational. For me, see, I don't care to. I mean, if I had a Ferrari, I want to be able to comfortably afford it, right? But I don't want to have to work my butt off, I guess, as far as to get it. If that makes sense. To me, I think you feel that's just silly. Now, like if I was to win a Ferrari, say for example, like if I was to go on a game show and win a Ferrari, sure, that'd be fine. But then you got all the maintenance, I guess, as far as on that. I don't know how to work on those types of cars. I only know how to do it virtually. So I'd probably just sell it, quite honestly. And that's just me. So let's go into the editor here. We're going to need some editor music here. So yeah, we still got our Camaro SS that we've been working on. Still populated in here. Let's check out the. Oh, that is a Bolt. No, it's a Del. Is it Del Rey? Is that what it's called? I'm trying to remember the default name for it. So we got to go here, and that's a Del Rey custom. I think that's what it's called. Yep, this guy. So that's our 57 Chevy. Apparently that is the default color. Interesting. So what we want to do, I just want to play around with some things in here. Nothing will probably save, but just to kind of get an idea. I MacGyver everything in my house. I'm sort of fancy, I guess. I mean, by MacGyvering things, I guess as far as you just like to not buy something new and just fix what's there. I mean, some people are good at that. I mean, I'm kind of good, depending on what it is. But sometimes it just comes down to I just buy it new. Because I don't like having to deal with fixing it over and over and over again. So I guess my approach to MacGyvering things, I guess, as far as it's not, you know, not solid, for lack of a better way to say it. Alright, so let's see here. Let me see here. So what I really wanted to look at for sure is being able to do something with the rear end. So if we go into, I think that's under suspension. And for the rear, so the wheelbase, that's front to back. There's a track. That's the rear spring lace. I think we need, where's the track at? Was that on wheels? That's just the type of wheels. I remember where that is. And it's been a while since we've been in here. That's all the other parts, like the fuse box and whatever. Okay. Pretty sure it's in here. Okay, here's the rear track. That's what I was looking for. So right now it's at 1.47. So if we wanted to narrow that, okay, hold on. Let's get into a better position here. So if we lower this, yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. So if we narrowed the rear end like this, the only problem with doing that, it tends to rescale this down. So it makes this this pinion on the third member here a little bit small. That's the only downside. So we might have to do something with the drive shaft, I guess, as far as to so it is possible, I guess, as far as to shrink down the rear end. But that's the thing with a lot of these parts here. If you go this route, as far as that uniform scales it, you can't just scale it in one direction. So in this case, I would only need to shorten it on the one axis, going this way. That's when I want to kind of see. So we would have to do something with the size of the drive shaft, which is its own thing. So right now it's at a scale of 1. See, if we scale it entirely down, that means where it couples to the transmission itself would be small. So let me see what this looks like if we scale this down to match what's going on in this connection on here in the rear end. And again, we're just playing around for now, I guess, as far as to see what is possible. Just what is possible. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, I guess. You know, I think we're on the same understanding there, Chemical. There's plenty of things. I'm going to try and fix it myself, but if I'm just not as knowledge to be able to do it, or if I'm constantly having to fix it, I just get something new. But yeah, I'll definitely try to fix it first myself before I buy something brand new. Okay, so on the drive shaft length, let's do scale. I'm going to go half the size, so 0.5. Okay, so we'll definitely have to change the length. That makes sense. Alright, what did it do here? What the heck? Why has it got the brake in there? Wow, that just makes it really small. So that would be about the size we need it to be. Okay, maybe let's go a little bit bigger. Try 0.7. Why has it got the brake in here? That's weird. I don't know why it's doing this brake here. Interesting. Alright, so let's change the length. Ooh, multi-stream. That's going on to John Vine over on the YouTube side. Yeah, we're trying some things out. I know it's not perfect over here, but we're trying some stuff. Some things need to be new. The expensive things I'm gonna try to. Oh yeah, definitely expensive things. Not wrong there, Chemical. I guess as far as when it's the expensive stuff, you definitely want to try and fix it yourself. Let's see. So if we go length on the drive shaft, so we make it longer. Let's try a 2. Yeah, I'm trying to understand why is it. What the heck? What the heck? What did that do? Oh, I see. It added to this end. Oh. Okay. I see what it's doing. So it's to put this back to a 1.7 real quick. I don't know why it's doing this break in the middle. Not sure what that's all about. Let's do. Yeah, so we gotta move this way. Yep. See, so the pivot on this thing is actually right there. So that's why it's only adding the length going in that direction, not necessarily down to here. So we gotta move this way. We might be able to go a little bit smaller on that. I'm trying to just kind of find an even middle ground, I guess, as far as between having this too small on either end. When we change the track on this one here, but I think this is probably. Yeah, we're gonna try some different sized tires on this here in a second. Okay, I think we got a pretty good idea. Okay, so now we can go try a 1.8. Yeah, I think it will be a 2. Nope, 2 is too big, so let's do 1.9. It's going to be in the middle, 1.85, 0.87, something like this. 1.875. Yeah, that might not be too bad like that. That's not too bad. We're lined up here. Okay. Alright, we might be onto something. Alright, let's see if we can put some wider tires on this. Let's do some wider wheels. Testing 1, 2. Oh, you're just testing things out over there. Yeah, we don't. I've been trying to get a bot over there, John Von, over on the YouTube side, and yeah, so there's not a whole lot of interaction over on the YouTube side as much as there is on Twitch. Okay, so we want to go wheels, so particularly on the rears. Let's do some 355s on the rear. Put some big beefy bad boys in here. So we want to go smaller on the sidewall. Let's do 50 on the sidewall. Something like that. Okay, maybe we could even go, hold on. That might be too big. Okay, so let's do 60. And we're gonna put some different rims on here. Let's see here. Are rims in here? Yes, they are. So there's the fronts. There's our rears right here. So we want to do. Oh, I can't remember what the name of those are. Oh, that's the tire itself. Hold on. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. So that's the tires, and where's the rims? We could even go smaller rims, so we can do a 13-inch rim. Oh shoot, that's the front. I'll mess with those. So our rim retro, here's the rears, that's what I was looking for. So what style of rim? I think that's classic. Yeah, rim classic. 15. Nope, that's not the one. Crud, I can't remember what the name of that one is. Well, those are cool. Those would be pretty neat. Okay, we'll go with that. So the type of tire, we want to put some slicks on it. So 355, 60. So where is the type of tire? That's this one here. Let's put some slicks. So we want slick tire, yeah. I don't know, is that too narrow? Let's put our body back on just to see. We're gonna have to explode. Or up. I kind of figured the tires would kind of clip through there. Kind of figured that was gonna happen. I don't think there's much you can do about that. Putting a bigger tire on this. Yeah, that might be a little too narrow. Okay, so from here we can actually kind of fine tune this to get him to stay tucked underneath the fender. Alright, so let's go back to our suspension. Yeah, building a hot rod, yeah. Trying to do a drag 57. Are you on others also? What do you mean others there, John Von? Yeah, I'm not doing Nightbot. I want to do a custom bot. I want to have some more interactions other than... Yeah, I don't want to do the Nightbot thing. That's been done to death. I'd rather go with something custom. Yeah, I think we can definitely stretch this out, even if to consider it gets as far as the way the exhaust is clipping. Yeah, we can go a little bit wider. So let's go back to the suspension and fix the track on the rear. So we put it at a 1. Let's go 1.2. Okay. Now we're talking. This might be good. So let's try to get it as close to the inside of the fender well as possible. That doesn't look too bad like that. I'm liking it. We got plenty of clearance on the exhaust. We'll have to redo the drive shaft again. That's okay. Just trying to get an idea. I think this looks pretty dope. Go just like that. So 355 wide slick. Definitely can go with a different rim. I just go and slap a rim on it. Kind of digging it. We would have to change the rake on it. Actually, you could probably just leave it like that. Hell yeah. I mean, you could put a rake on this too, I guess, as far as to adjust, yeah, you definitely could. But this don't look terrible either. So, let's see how it looks in the trunk. Go in the trunk. Oh wow, that's actually not bad. So, if it had bigger, the option, I guess, as far as to put bigger wheel tubs in there, wouldn't even have it clipping through there. That's not terrible though. That's not terrible at all. I mean, it's not like you got like a whole big chunk of tire, I guess, as far as in your trunk. Also scripts now useful. Yeah, see, I don't want to do the Nightbot thing. I really don't. I don't. No, I don't want to do Nightbot. There's no way to. Yeah, it's just too many limitations. I'd rather get something else, I guess, as far as to work there. So that's something that we're still trying to work on, is all. So if we can get something similar to what we got on Twitch, without like the channel points options, you know, that'd be something I want to shoot for. So what else are we gonna have to do here? So I'm gonna go with this, keeping it basically the same stance, just have the thicker tires. You know what? Just keep. Yeah, I talked myself into it. Let's go ahead and change the rear height. Yeah, I talked myself into it. So let's do height on the rear. It's going to throw a lot of other things out of whack too. That's the only thing. It might even remove, I guess, as far as the tires clipping into the trunk. So there's that too. If we lift this up like that, basically put that at 0. That's pretty cool. Okay, that probably removed the clip of the tires into the trunk for sure. That still got a little bit there, but not as much. What about the back seat? Yep, so we still... Actually, no. Is that the tire? Nope. It's just the... Okay. So yeah, my tires aren't clipping in that way. So yeah, we could go that much rake. Let's see here. Bring this down. SojaBot, I think it's... Yeah, I've kind of done with SojaBot. Yeah. That needs too much knowledge with scripting and, you know, the node and all that crap. It's no, I don't need it that complicated. I know there's a lot of things that you could do if you understand it, but I don't have that. Use the cloud PC chat. Mine's all local. Mine's all local there, Chemical. I've got my own local chat bot. I don't do that cloud or any of that crap. I'm trying to be less dependent on third-party type of. I know a lot of them are good for, you know, for other streamers. I want more things local. So like if things go wrong, I know it's just on my end. I don't have to. I can only have to rely on myself, I guess, as far as to fix it, and not have to rely on, you know, third parties, I guess, as far as they have to fix it, you know, in order for it to work. That makes sense. So the other thing I'm taking into consideration is how much the leaf springs in that, I guess, as far as our clipping or not. You know, we could even go so much, I guess, as far as to put a different rear end to this thing instead of a leaf spring. We could put a more updated rear end into it as well. Let's see what we got here. So let's see, front center. We need the rear. Ones that we got here. So rear, left. Here's rear center. That's what we want. So this one's a leaf powered. Yep. We could do renters. We don't want it powered. We want it not powered. So let me see which ones we got here. Solid disc powered. So yeah, we could do a rear disc brake. I think that's not powered. I think it's this one. Nope. Nope, not that one. That's a rear center. That has no neither one of those. That's just the subframe. Rear center powered, solid powered, power 2. Oh my gosh, which one is that? Rear center leaf powered, so that's the original one. Okay. I can't remember which one it is. A lot of things to play around with here, but we'd have to change the pitch of the drive shaft. Let's turn the body off again here, see if we can play around with that. I don't dislike this amount of rake in it. That's pretty drag right there. You can dig it. And we shouldn't have to do anything to the front. With that put in mind too. Kind of digging it. So let's turn the body off. Never had an issue. I mean, again, we've talked about this John Von before. I don't want a cloud. I'm not doing cloud. I want it all local. I know for each their own. You know, anybody that has what they like to use, I guess as far as good for you. You know, I don't want cloud. I don't want anything that's third party, that's out in Neverland or just out there floating around. I guess as far as I want it local. If there's something I want to do to it, I want it to be on my machine. So that's the approaches I've been taking. Let's see. What about hard drive? What's going on there, Bunny? Welcome in there. Yeah, we were talking a little bit of technical stuff as well. Yeah, some people have the knack, I guess, as far as to build their own bot, I guess, as far as based on cloud. I'm not a big fan of cloud. Right? I don't like the idea. I know you can put passwords on it and all that stuff, and you're the only one that have access to it. There's too much problem with data breach and stuff like that. If I can keep it isolated, I guess, as far as on my own end, I'm the one in control of that. So that's the way I like to be. That's the way I like to do things. I know it's maybe a little bit conventional, I guess, as far as to some people, but that's just the way I like to do it. I'm not all for this AI and frickin' all that baloney. So we got to change the pitch of this drive shaft. We're gonna go with this height on the rear end. So we got to do drive shaft. Now I'm gonna do all this work. I'm not gonna be able to save it all because we don't have our own special config for this. But at least it'll give me some idea. It'll give me some idea at least anyway of what we can do. So one thing I did notice by changing that rear end, we've got our rear shocks. All the more reason I might change this type of rear end. That's kind of clipping into, I guess, as far as the exhaust there. There's other things to take into consideration once we adjust one thing. We got to adjust a lot of other things. So let me see here. So there's not so much pitch that we change here. We got to change the rotation. Now I got to go like this. And I wish they had a gizmo in here to be able to change the rotation just by grabbing it this way. The only way we can really do it is just do the actual values. So I think this one's the one we want to do. Oh man, I can't remember which one it is now. And there's no undoing this thing either, so we got to be careful. Was that changing it on this end? 499, I think that's changing this end. Yep, that's bringing that down. Okay, so what we're gonna have to do is bring this back up here. This has got to be adjusted here first, and then we can adjust on the other end afterwards. Let's do this. I think the scale of this is actually acceptable. Yeah, that's not too bad. Cool deal. Okay, but to get this to go up, we're gonna have to. This is gonna have to increase. Yep. We're gonna have to go up on this. Let's go 5. 5.6. We're gonna have to make this a little bit shorter too. Let's see. Let's make this a little bit shorter. So this will be 8.5. Nope, we can actually go 8.4. You just put your movie shows and then executable files up on the cloud. See, I don't like using cloud at all. No cloud. And 1,000 bunny PNGs. Yeah, see, to each their own. I mean, if that's what you like to do, that's fine. I'm not all about putting my stuff on a cloud. I'm one too, I guess, as far as for just for clarity, I guess, as far as like the cookies on my browser, I clear that out every day. Every day. I'm not saving any of that information and allow anybody to get access to that, irregardless of the fact that I use, you know, I got 2-factor and all that stuff. I just safeguard myself. Ever since I've been ransomware attacked this past February, I'm not dealing with that ever again, if I can help it. So I'm a little bit more guarded, I guess, as far as on that point, I guess, as far as than usual, and probably for good reason. So I think we can go 8.4. We need to bring this up more, that's right. So we can go 5.8. We might have to go 6. Let's do 6.5. 7.5. 8. Wow, we really got to change the pitch on this thing. 8.3. Let's try 8.4. We're right about there. A little bit off center there. That kind of bugs me. So I think that has to do with this rotation. So you can really get this out of whack if you're not careful. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. I don't know what that was at. So 7, 9. Might have to go 270 on this. Okay, 270.5. Oh, that's too much. Right about there. How does it look on this end though? Okay, we're still pretty. Okay, we're still solid here. Cool. Alright, so how are we looking up and down? So we need to go up on this yet. So 8.4, 8.5. Let's do 8.6. And change the length. Let's do 8.45. Now we can go 8.5. Oh, cool. 8.55. There we go. That's actually not too shabby. So yeah, this is one thing you got to keep in mind when as you adjust certain things, I guess, as far as like your suspension track and all that stuff like that. You got to take in consideration other parts that go into it. Yeah, we're designing a car. We're entertaining this idea of making a drag 57. We really don't have one. You like your external hard drives? Yeah, so I have a lot of flash drives. You know, as far as like that, you know. So I separate out, I guess, as far as for like different things that I'm doing for like projects. I'll separate those out, so I'll plug those in as I need them. Maybe even got a hub, I guess, as far as if I need more than one going at one time. Again, it may sound a little bit conventional, I guess, as far as most folks, but that's just in an effort, I guess, as far as for that my, you know, sensitive information doesn't get into anybody's hands. If I can, the more I can control on my end, I feel like I feel it's more of a peace of mind. You know, some people might call that bullpucky, I guess, as far as if you're going to get attacked, you're going to get attacked. And I'm an advocate, I guess, as far as for being ransomware attacked. You know, I was pretty vigilant, at least I thought I was, going up to that, I guess, as far as, but if they can get to anybody. If they can get to me, they can get to anybody. They don't have any two minds, I guess, as far as who you are. So what I'm not really understanding is why is it doing that to the drive shaft? It's leaving that little void there. That's weird. So let me put the body back on and see if that's actually clipping into the body, into the interior. Let's see what we got here. Oh, I think we're still good. Well, it's not clipping in the interior. That's fantastic. Let's bring it down. This is pretty cool. I'm digging that. So we got the makeshift, I guess, as far as our drag 57. So yeah, once we figure out, I guess, as far as what rear end we can use, let me go back to that. Let's go back to that. It is smart. What's smart? I don't remember what I was talking about. As far as to do the way I'm doing it. How the attack happened, searching, then, nope. Wasn't even that. That's what I'm saying. I tend to steer clear of all that stuff there, John Von. So it came down to, for those that aren't aware, so I know I've said this story a lot of times, so some of you might have already heard it. It came down to my ISP email, right? Someone had contacted me that I was in communications with, I guess, as far as on other, by other means, and they were unaware of it, that they got hacked themselves on their end, right? Somebody got in under their email on their end, which they were unaware of. That hacker from their end, using their email, sent me a message, and because I was already in communications with them, right, previously, I just figured they were sending me something. So I opened the email, and as soon as I opened the email, nothing but ransomware. So it was something just as simple as that. So this is where I've come to say, I guess, as far as I've become an advocate, don't ever be too careful, I guess, as far as with getting an email from somebody you know. Because they might not even know they got hacked, to the point where somebody else sent you an email under their name, because they're in your contacts, and that's how they can get to you. There definitely needs to be more done, I guess, as far as with cybercrime in that regard. So it was just something as simple as that. It wasn't even going anywhere sketchy or anything like that. But I don't use my ISP email as much as I do, say, Gmail, for example. I think Gmail is a little bit more secure than like an ISP email. That's just from my own observation. You know, some people might think otherwise, but I do have my own take, I guess, as far as on that. So yeah, just to remove any fact that I was doing anything sketchy or put myself in harm's way, I guess, as far as for that to happen, I wasn't doing anything of the sort, and got ransomware attacks. So, like I said, being an advocate, I guess, as far as for if they can get to someone as vigilant as I am, they can get to anybody. So just to be careful out there. ISP is your internet service provider. So if you've got an email address, I guess, as far as through your internet provider, that's an ISP provided email. Now, a lot of us, and some of our are on different ISPs. Spectrum is a common one. Not very safe. That's where my ransomware attack happened. So, and I'm sure Spectrum will argue themselves, I guess, as far as like, well, you didn't use our suite and all this crap. I shouldn't have to. There's plenty of other email providers, I guess, as far as like Gmail, that have already built-in protections, you know, to safeguard, I guess, as far as that type of thing happening. So, I don't know, like, let's see. So what I want to do is, I was going to play around with rear ends. That's what I was going to do. Let's see if we can change the rear end. So this one's a leaf powered. So maybe it is a powered one. Yeah, because we do have the drive shaft going into it. Okay. So let me do a center powered. So that'll be the same. Okay, that's powered. So I don't think we want this one. Wait a minute. Why does that got... No, we definitely don't want that one. Why is that putting this out here? That's weird. What did I change there? Oh, that's for the left. Whoops. Okay, so I need to put this back onto... Whoopsie, so I did the wrong one. Hold on, we gotta fix that. So left. Okay, what was the other side on? Let's try that. Yeah, I goofed that one up. So... Rear right drum powered, so there should be a left drum powered. Shoot, I believe I did that. So I think there's a left, or do I just need a rear? Crap, I don't remember what that was. So this is what's kind of, you gotta really pay attention to what you're changing, because if you do put the wrong thing in there, you gotta know how to put it back in there. So we need a, oh my god. Rear. Good grief, dude. Drum powered. So one that's drum powered. Drum powered. Solid, right. I think we need this one here. I think that's the right one. Is that it? Yep, I think that's it. There we go. I got that back where it is. So let's go back to the center, which is this one. I was just adjusting the wrong one. So we want to do solid powered. Yeah, we can do something like this. Okay. See how this looks. So don't like the way that exhaust is clipping through that though. Might have to adjust that. So if we have to lower the exhaust on this end, I guess as far as that's then we'll have to consider. Just so it clears, I guess as far as the yeah, so the fact that we move that up, it's actually moving it up and going through the exhaust now. So we have to re-pitch, I guess, as far as the rear exhaust. Black hats and white hats have always and will always be at technological advances. White hats, I'm trying to remember. I've heard that that expression before. I don't remember. Did I pay? Hell no, I didn't pay the ransom. No. So the attack, what it did, I guess as far as yeah, so I'm sorry there folks, there's a conversation going on the YouTube side there too. So basically what it come down to, it opened an investigation, I guess, as far as to find out who did it, where it came from. So it basically just made that piece. That's why I've had to redo my PC. I've been doing that for the better part of the whole year, trying to get that back running again, because that thing was totally a brick. I couldn't do squat with it. I mean, some of the components I could reuse for sure, but not everything, particularly that hard drive. So yeah, that's been quite the journey, I guess, as far as on that. So yeah, quite frankly, it's just because it locked it all up there, not even be able to boot it on the Windows or whatever. It basically bricked that hard drive. So any data that I had on there, it's gone. So hell no, I didn't pay the ransomware, and I don't suggest anybody else to do that either. Don't ever pay the ransom. Yeah, they can. I mean, data loss, I guess, as far as is a real thing. Don't get me wrong, but definitely not worth it to bow to their the hackers. That's why I feel like there's got to be more done, I guess, as far as with cybercrime from the federal level, from the governmental level. They're the ones that instituted, I guess, as far as this whole use of the internet to begin with. There needs to be more responsibility taken, I guess, as far as for now that we got folks, I guess, as far as full use of that. Do something about the cybercrime. Cybercrime is running rampant right now. It's horrible. So we need to get into other parts like the exhaust. Where's Johnson? I'm not seeing anything. No, they're over on the YouTube side. We're multicasting here, Bunny. That's what I was trying to say. We're multicasting. So I've been working on things like chat overlay, I guess, as far as to let folks know, I guess, as far as what's being chatted over there, so it's not like a one-sided conversation. You know, so just like you're trying to figure out who's talking, I guess, as far as. So I got my other chat open, and yeah, so it makes it kind of weird, I guess, as far as none of that. So I've been working on things like chat overlay to be able to show what's going on the YouTube side. So if you're not over on the YouTube side, I guess, as far as you can see what's being talked about. That's amongst the other things that we're working on. You're choosing to use the service. It's not like you have to. Definitely normalize. Oh, you know John? Yeah, John Von's over. He's chatting over on the YouTube side. So what service do you mean there, Bunny? I know I've talked about a lot of different things, so if I seem scatterbrained, that's probably why. Yeah, we all make choices in what we use. I guess as far as I choose, I guess, as far as use certain services because of what's happened to me, right? You know, so call it a lack of reliability or confidence, I guess, as far as in, you know, the durability, I guess, as far as protections that exist on service. You know, you can argue that. So this C, that's the downpipe. So I only want to adjust. I think I'm on the right thing there. Might have to turn off. Oh, that's going to be that whole thing there. So it shows me right here what I've got it on there, so it's mirrored. That's why it's got the 1 at the end of it. So this one's probably just going to be a C. Yeah, so this one here is its normal, and this is mirrored. Okay. What we need to do with this, so there are some things you can click on, and it'll tell you up here, I guess, as far as what it's on there. That's another useful little tool. See here. So if we go, we're gonna have to adjust the whole thing from the downpipe. So this one's gonna have a rotation on it. So let's go ahead and adjust the mirrored one, which is gonna be. Oh, they're both marked as C. Well, crap. So this one's marked as C, and this one's also marked as C. So it doesn't really put it as the mirrored one. So I guess the only way I can know is this one's a reflection, so that one's mirrored, and this one is not. Okay. So this is the one I need to adjust here. This one's the one that's showing that's mirrored, hence reflection. So that doesn't mean shininess or anything. It means it's gonna mirror. I guess as far as they should probably rename this so it actually says mirror instead of reflection. That's just semantics. So what we need to do is this has no rotation. Okay. So if we put some rotation to this. Okay, currently we're on this one. Okay, so let's go down to here. So it has no rotation on any axis, so I gotta figure out which rotation we need to be on. So we want this to come down. I don't remember if it's the X or... Oh, it is on that one. Okay. I do have the wrong one, so we're on this one right here. Okay, fine. So we gotta go down, so I think we're gonna be -10. That's too much. -1. Okay, that clears. How do we look on this end, though? Okay, so this kind of throws it out of whack a little bit, which I expected. So if we move this up, that should be on the Y. Oh, gotta make sure we got the right part. Hold on. That's gonna be on this one right here. So 392. Okay, that goes down, so we gotta go higher on this number. So 4. Let's do 0.5. Okay, that's about right. How we look on this end? Might have to go back and forth with this a little bit until we get it to where we want it. It's going to take a little bit, obviously, to get this fine-tuned. That's the only thing I wanted to try out. See what it was going to take. I really don't want to go much lower than that as far as the angle on that. This is the only thing that looks gaudy, I guess, as far as when you do a drag car, is getting that exhaust. Now, another thing we could do on this, now that I think of it, we could take these straight out, just make it a straight pipe, I guess, as far as just coming off the downpipe. We could do that too. Just totally eliminate the exhaust altogether. That's an option. So if we were to take these out, whoop, I don't want to reflect, I want to delete this one, and also this one. Yep. Oop. Oh crap. See, I took the wrong part out of there. Son of a gun. Damn it. So that was the wrong one. And there's no undo, so I gotta delete this guy. There we go. So I kind of goofed on the downpipe, but we could totally eliminate it and just do the downpipes and just have it straight pipe coming off the engine. I think I might do it that route. So we went with what suspension? We went with center solid powered. Okay, I'm just gonna take notes. I think this looks pretty good. Just leave the exhaust out there. We'll have the downpipes just coming off the engine. I think that'll look sweet. That'll be a nice, be a cool looking drag car. So I think we'll save this for Wednesday first. We'll get back into this, I guess, as far as we'll actually use what notes that we did come up with here today, I guess, as far as to do something on our Wednesday. I think that's gonna look cool. Now if we make this red, I really like the red on this car. So if we go change the color, let's make this red. We'll do saturation, something like that. Yeah, that's gonna look killer. So let's see how we did tires wise in the trunk. Yeah, so we practically have no tire. We got a little bit of nip the tire, I guess, as far as in the trunk. That's not even that bad. Not even that bad. So let's go. Let's close this up. There we go. There's our drag. Now we don't have the ability, I guess, as far as to put a supercharger, I guess, as far as coming through the hood, because we don't have the ability to put the hole in the hood. So what I would probably do, let me try and put a supercharged engine in here, as far as with the butterflies, the bird catcher on it. Yeah, so it probably would definitely stick through. So we either have to leave the hood off or just stick with this engine. This one's the 2 carb. Wouldn't be terrible. So yeah, the unfortunate thing is we'd have to leave the hood off if we wanted a supercharged engine. So a little bit of restriction, I guess, as far as we have on it, but this looks pretty cool. I think we got ourselves our makeshift drag 57. So it's definitely possible. That's all I wanted to try out here. So let's get back into the game. That was fun. We didn't save any of that. The internet is a choice, like the Amish. You're like, oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, it's definitely a choice. You know, but I think you cannot be too careful at all with how you safeguard your presence and your data. And I've only had this, you know, if it hadn't have been for the ransomware attack that gave me a huge eye-opening for that, I guess, as far as that's the only reason. So let me do. So yeah, in a way, I've come out like an informal advocate, I guess, as far as for just play it safe. Make sure you're safe, I guess, as far as on the internet, no matter what you're doing. just watching videos or whatever you're doing. Hell, even being here on Twitch or YouTube. Alrighty then, coming back at the house. So John, getting back to what you were saying. If you're a Twitch affiliate or higher, you cannot show the chat. No, I'm not trying to show. So with the overlay, yeah, there is definitely a way, because I've seen it done. You can have it to where it's going to show what's going on in between the two chats, and just as an overlay on your stream. So it's just a browser source, right? It is possible. It's just I haven't gotten that 100% figured out there. I don't know if that's what you meant. So it's not like I'm trying to do share chat like Twitch does. They have the share chat between two different streams on Twitch itself. I don't know if, again, I don't know if I might be talking out my rear end when I say that. I don't know if that's what you meant by that there, John Von, but no, all I'm trying to do is just get all the chat that's showing on YouTube, all the chat that's showing on Twitch, and put that in an overlay, so at least no matter which platform you're on, you're going to know what's being discussed. So especially if it's not game related, like we were. But even if it is game related, you can just see what's being talked about on both sides without having to be on the other platform. And like I said, I've seen it possible. It's just a matter of figuring that. So that's been the extent of the scripting or coding that I've been trying to do, I guess, as far as in my localized, I guess, as far as chatbot. Okay, so we are clearing our inventory, playing around with that 57. I feel a little bit better. We got options there for a 57 Bel Air drag. We're gonna go to, let's check out a junkyard, I guess, at first, so that we can potentially find ourselves another bear frame. Let's do that. That sounds like a plan. I beg to differ on that, John Von. There's plenty of streamers that do that, and they don't get slapped in the hand for it. So I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot that's changed, I guess, as far as what Twitch does allow now. So the fact that you even can multicast, simulcast, I guess, as far as on other platforms while you're on Twitch, as opposed to YouTube and Twitch. There's a lot of new things you can do. And so your chat's being combined in an overlay on your Twitch stream is not a no-no. That's definitely not a no-no. So we got a Ferrari here. Not a bear frame. So we're looking mostly for bear frame. But we can find a bear frame, I guess, as far as we'll speed run it. Uh-oh, did we find one? Look at that. So we got a Honda Civic bear frame. Honda Civic bear frame. You know what? We gotta buy it. We have to buy it. No other two ways about it. No, we gotta buy it. Let's go. Oh my gosh, look at how cheap this thing is. That's crazy. Yep, so we're gonna do that. Let's put it into the garage right away. Cool. So, the last time that we did bear frame, I found that one off stream. So the fact that I was actually able to find a bear frame on stream, that's pretty cool. Alright, so just out of curiosity, we'll go around here and see. Do we have anything on our list? We don't. So nothing on our list, I guess, as far as that we can pick from any of the piles. But I'm going to look around here and see what else we got in here. Wow, that engine's there. A little bit picked over, but that's to be expected at the junkyard. So the interior's all gutted. These are fun cars to work on too. How much do they want for that one? That's a little much for as gutted out as it is. You don't make a whole lot of money on those when you fix them all the way up. So this is an Audi. I think that's A8. Yep. Pretty well stripped out. That's to be expected at the junkyard. So yeah, I'm super excited the fact that we found that airframe. Now I don't know. Yeah, I didn't realize it was that late. So I know we got into a little time in the editor, but so I'm a little bit strapped for time, but we got a bear frame that we can speed run, I guess, as far as for probably our Wednesday. I'm gonna check some of these files to see if we can find a map, which we don't really need it. I know what we can do in this remaining time is just see if we can find some more project cars to work on. We got 10 more to do, I guess, as far as to get the achievement. I think that's what we'll do for our remainder of our time. Well, I'd like to understand, and Don Von, I guess, as far as how the other YouTube streamers that multicast, I guess, as far as get away with it. Show me somewhere where it says it's against the rules. Because I don't see them getting slapped on the hand, and most of them are no different than I am. It's not like they're partner or anything like that, and they're doing it. So explain that to me. Show me the proof, I guess, as far as that it is not allowed. I know it used to not be allowed, but there's a lot more that they've gotten lenient on, I guess, as far as what you can and can't do. The biggest thing that Twitch has got going for itself, your affiliate or partner, is the ad system. That's their biggest moneymaker. So that just adds to more leniency, I guess, as far as to stream where you want and get that exposure. Because at the end of the day, it just gives themselves, I guess, as far as, you know, be it Twitch or YouTube, which, depending on which perspective you look at, to get exposure, both for your channel and the platform itself. I think that's why they're trying to be a little bit more lenient on it. They're going to make money regardless, I guess, as far as especially with their ad system, which definitely needs still some work. Okay, so I think we're done here. So we got ourselves a bear frame, and really no other parts, I guess, as far as to speak of in our list anyway. You could do a web browser capture and have both chats up there. Well, I could do that, but see what I want to do, Bunny. This is kind of my, and I've seen it. It works. You know, I've seen other streamers do it. They're able to show, I guess, as far as in the overlay, right? What I don't want to do is make it so cluttered, I guess, as far as for that to have the two separate browsers. I get what you're saying. I think I might have even tried that. It's just like, no, that's too cluttered. So what happens is, if let's say someone talks on the YouTube side and you have a separate browser, and you have somebody talk on the Twitch side, you got the other separate browser, they tend to overlap each other. So depending on how big you make it, big or small you make it, and that just makes it just way too cluttered. So to have it all in like one thing, I guess, as far as where it's just one web browser overlay, so that you have both showing, I guess, as far as like that, but just distinguish between which platform is where the chat is coming from. I've seen it on other streamers. Other streamers have done it. I need to figure out how they're doing it. So it is possible. But yeah, that would be the how would you put it? The simplest way to do it, I guess, as far as to do two separate web browsers overlay from each chat. I don't think there's a way. Now that I think of that, there's no way to put. I'm just looking at my OBS here. I got a lot of stuff that I've already tried and I've got grayed out. This as far as to kind of go back to it as an option. So yeah, I do have one chat web browser source, I guess, as far as that is just for YouTube, and I have tried that, but to do the multicasting thing with between the two different platforms, I guess, as far as it makes that very cluttered, and it's so I've tried to resize it, I guess, as far as so it doesn't overlap from one chat to the other, I guess, as far as the two separate browser sources, but I don't know, just this looks terrible in my opinion. No, we're not talking about that background. I'm talking no. So what I'm talking about as far as like the way you size that chat, you know, even having the transparency in it. So we're getting a little bit technical here, I understand, but it's relevant. I'm not talking about the transparency of the background so much as far as just how, if you get more people talking, I guess, as far as in chatting on one chat, it'll tend to overlap, I guess, as far as the other browser source, right? So you almost have to make it only like one line, you know, try to squish it down to one line on each one there, but then you tend to lose information, right, as far as what's going on the stream overlay, because it would be scrolling too fast if you have to squish it down too far to make sure you're getting both sides of the conversation on either platform. This is some of the things I've already tested out, so hopefully that makes sense. So it's not like it's impossible, but it's just you can't make each chat overlay for the browser source big enough so that you can get enough information of what's going on both sides, you know, on both platforms. That's what makes it a little bit of a struggle. So I'm gonna go to the salvage auction, and we're gonna see if we can find some more project cars to work on. Granted, we probably won't get to them today, but at least we'll have something in the pipeline. Let's try this out. Left side of the screen, right side of the screen, and again, it's all in an effort, I guess, as far as to not make it cluttered. I don't want so much stuff showing on the screen that it just clouds and clutters, I guess, as far as what gameplay is going on. I've seen a lot of streams, I guess, as far as they have that kind of stuff going on there. I don't want to do that by having it. So less is better when it comes to that type of thing. So if I can narrow it down to just one browser source that has the ability to put both chats in that and just have it on one side, that would be a better approach. Can you just imagine for a second, just by what you said, I'm not saying, you know, that you're wrong, but I'm just saying if you had two browser sources, one on either side of the screen, and two chats going on at the same time, I guess, as far as in different you know, different levels of, you know, chat going on in either one, how cluttered that would look. This is what I've already tested out, so I'm trying to be the voice of reason, devil's advocate, if you will. As far as, even though it sounds good, you know, on paper, but as far as like when you actually apply it, it's like, no, horrible idea. So we're looking for 3 stars. So we've done a lot of Aston Martins lately. We got F-types, we've done those. C1, Nova, Wabbit. Funny, this must be your car. We got a Wabbit. We've done one of those. Oh, there's a lot of these cars we've done already. There's our test car. Fake Viper. El Camino. I don't think we've done one of these Z4s. Oh wow, this thing's pretty stripped out. Let's see if the engine's all here. Looks like it. Okay, let's see if she starts. Holy crap, she runs. Okay, so this one runs. What link? What link you talking about? I got your link for the shout out. Welcome over here to the Twitch side there, John Von. I know, wow. So that's been another thing too, I guess, as far as I've had to squish that down, I guess, as far as enough. I feel like if I get it in the overlay, you know, on the stream, I'll be able to see that more, I guess, as far as, so I wasn't trying to ignore you over there. It's just, it's a little bit of a, it's been a work in progress, I guess, as far as to figure out where everything needs to go. On the tube, I don't see any links on the tube. No, there's no link on YouTube. Unless you were trying to show me, I guess, as far as where it says you can't do that. I'd like to understand, though, if that is a rule, then how is it all these other streamers aren't getting slapped? You know, or getting strikes, I guess, as far as for doing that. That's what I'd like to know. Yeah, so this one actually runs. So let me see what we can get this one for. 35 is the high side. I won't even pay anywhere near that. So if we can keep it well under 35, that'd be cool. I mean, yeah, if you're just showing me, I guess, as far as where it says it, it doesn't matter. You know, if it outlines in their terms of service, I like to know how those other streamers are getting away with it then. Especially if they're streaming primarily from Twitch and just, you know, their secondary is YouTube, which is kind of the boat that I'm in. Yeah, this has gone over. Shoot, I don't want to pay this much over that. I'm gonna let this one go. I'm done paying over. I like to keep it under the estimated as much as possible. Okay, so what are the 3 stars we got in here? We could always do a barn find too. We could probably do this guy. We got some FME motors. Well, this one's kind of stripped, so we can put an FME in here. We got one built. So even though it has a stripped down engine into it, we can fix this guy up. So yeah, I think we're going to go with that. We got a handful of FME engines. This one's from Wisconsin. So we got to get it for a good price though. Definitely well under 14 since the engine is so stripped out. So if we can get it under, well under 14, it'll be good. Yeah, we were talking to John Vine. I think I found some information on how you cannot share chat information from one platform to another. Something in that regard. Yeah, this is going over. Damn it. I don't want it to go over this far. I'm not paying too much for that one. Okay, we'll skip it. Yeah, that's going too far overestimated. Let's try another one. Gotta be another one out here we can do. That would have been a good one to do because we have the engines to put into it. Rule 11 of TOS. Again, if it outlines it, I guess, as far as that way, how are those other streamers getting away with it? Okay? I'm going to beat that like a dead horse, I guess, as far as because somewhere in you know, someone's not following the rules, let's put it that way. We've already done one of these. El Camino. We've done Carreras. Trying to think of what cars we have not done. So that Crown Vic, I guess, as far as we haven't necessarily fixed one of those up and sold it. F-types we've done. McLarens we've done. That's a long tail. So SS. Let's try this dude. Yep, this is one of our own cars that we've designed. Ooh, so I'm missing a couple tires. How's the engine look? Wait a minute, why is there no engine? Hold on a minute, why is there no engine in this guy? That's a 3-star too, that's not right. How in the world is there not a... So let's go examination. That's weird. I've never seen a 3-star have no engine in it at all. Let me just back this up here. That is a 3-star. And that's the SS. That should have the 2-carb OHV into it. Huh. That's interesting. So that's kind of okay. Let me see. Just out of curiosity, does this start? No engine oil. So I wonder if it's just a bug that's not showing the engine. So it just says it needs oil. So I think there's an engine there, but it's just not showing. So that might be just the game bugging out. What I'm guessing. Because most 3-stars, they still at least have an engine block. And the fact that this one says it needs engine oil, I think it's got an engine in it. I think I'm going to bid on it, just for giggles. So the high is 11.9. Let's see if we can get it under that. Against the TOS, but you do whatever you want. Dude, I don't know if you're hearing me. I want to know how those other streamers are getting away with it. If it is in the rules. That's all I want to know at this point. Why are they not getting banned or striked or whatever, I guess, as far as... That's all I want to know. I don't care what it says in the TOS. I want to know why it is they're getting away with it. Explain that to me. Alright, so we received that. We're going to put that in the garage. And once we get back to the house here, I'm going to see if that actually does have the engine into it. In fact, let's go check right meow. Go ahead back to the house here. Many streamers just not getting caught. I call them bullpucky. Because there's plenty of Twitch staff, I guess, as far as that are in streams. So, I don't know, I call bullpucky on that. It's like, I don't know. Maybe I just watched too many streams I've never seen. So the ones that I've watched, and there's quite a few of them, I guess, as far as I have that dual overlay, I guess, as far as with the chat. I've not seen one time, I guess, as far as any of them get caught. You know, as far as they get slapped. So, I don't know. I'm done discussing it, I guess, as far as... Well, good for... I haven't. So, I guess that's where we're different. So, yeah, it definitely doesn't show the engine. So, let me do this. That is weird. So, I've never had a 3-star not have an engine in it at all. Anyway, got one there we can fix up. So, we got our bare frame. I think we're going to work on this one for our Wednesday. That's a good one there. So, I think we also put one into... let me check our... Yeah, I'll probably do some more searching around, I guess, as far as from our project cars. So I don't know if that's necessarily an issue with our mod car, not putting the engine into the 3-star, but the fact that most of the body is there, other than the one door, interesting. Okay, well, we at least got one there, and a bare frame, I guess, as far as to do a speed run on. I think we're going to save this for our Wednesday there, folks. I know it's been got a little bit of scatterbrain talking about a lot of different things here, but it's I feel it's all relevant. I mean, we're all trying to make a name for ourselves, I guess, as far as on this, no matter if it's from the streaming side or just the enjoyment of things. So yeah, I guess to each their own. I guess as far as you've seen it happen, I guess as far as I don't understand then. So one person that comes to mind that I know uses the dual thing, I'll just mention it, it just came to mind now, is Nutty. So if you ever follow Nutty, I guess as far as on there, he's the one that's actually created this dual stream, you know, as far as the overlay, or the overlay of the chat, I guess as far as between different platforms. And he's a Twitch partner, as well as also monetized and such on YouTube. We don't see him getting slapped, I guess, as far as, or banned, I guess, as far as for doing that. So that's, it just came to me, I guess, as far as one that I've followed both his streams or whatever. And not that I've heard him explain what the rules say as far as the terms of service say, but at least, you know, they're allowing him to do that. They're not telling him, no, you can't. So I guess that's one example. One example of probably many, I guess, as far as that. Streamers that are doing it on both and any and all platforms. So yeah, so look him up. Nutty, N-U-T-T-Y. In fact, I got him bookmarked up here. I've been checking out a lot of things of what he's doing. There are some things that he provides, I guess, as far as a paid plugin, I guess, as far as for things. And yeah, so the fact that he's a partner, and I know very well he knows the rules, and that's apparently one of those things that's maybe a gray area that's not against the rules. So if you know who he is, you know who I'm talking about. So if they're allowing him, I guess, as far as to do the things he's doing, it can't be wrong. Because otherwise he would have got banned or striked or whatever. So I feel like there's probably some leniency, I guess, as far as in what he's providing. But anyway, folks, I guess as far as that's my time, we'll be back on here tomorrow doing some trucking. So if you've like what you see here, and you want to see more of it, and well as anything we're doing on the channel, and you haven't done it already, make sure you are following, I guess, as far as you get the notification when the streams are live. I know we get on these tangents here a little bit, but it's they're valid discussions. So our social medias are posted to the channel, and I always spell this wrong. I don't know why. Maybe I'm partially dyslexic. But there's our social medias. If you're not on these social medias already, I do like to let the folks know what's going on in between streams. So I like to post a lot of other cool stuff in there too, besides streaming, you know, other gameplay stuff. So feel free to check that out at your leisure. Like I said, we'll be on here tomorrow doing some trucking. We're gonna get back into some trucking on our Tuesday. Gets back on schedule for that. We did the NASCAR 25 PC release last Tuesday, so we're getting back into trucking. For on Wednesday, we'll be getting back into this. Thursday, we'll probably do some more NASCAR 25 in the career mode, and then of course on Saturdays we got our Satisfactory. We're having some fun there on our post project assembly, I guess, as far as having some fun post and gameplay. So if you like any of that, feel free to tune in there. We're going to send this off to somebody on the outro. So if you can, please stick around, I guess, as far as for the raid on the outro. I'd very much appreciate it. I think I know where I'm going to go. He's been a huge supporter of the channel. I've been wanting to see some more of this game called Vintage Story. It's kind of got that Minecraft vibe to it. Got this Minecraft vibe to it, so I think it'll be a good thing to go on over there. So hopefully see you over there, folks. I guess as far as on the outro, y'all have a marvelous rest of your Monday, and hope to see y'all again real soon, folks.